funny nonetheless. The McDonald meme. Um, all right, so Mike, Trevor, Peter, Wahid, Wendy, and Nell. Good to have you guys. Nell, actually, it's a pleasure to see you here, man. So Wahid, I want to kick it off with the CPI data because it's like I think I retweeted a meme that shows that we're not in a bull market, we're not in a bear market, we're in a kangaroo market. And if you look at the price of most cryptos, it just keeps going up and down. Now the CPI gave us some nice relief. What's your take on it all?
Um, great to be here. So Mario, two things. Okay,
Before
one,
actually, before you tell us about CPI, Wahid, let's get personal a bit.
yeah,
You come to crypto from the outside, man. You come from the mature world of traditional finance, the world that has been around for hundreds of years or decades, really. The modern traditional finance for
sure.
decades. Regulators are there. You know, we see a lot of shit in traditional finance, but I don't think at this level. What do you think about crypto so far, man? How's your journey?
Okay, well, actually, I'm gonna answer the question. I was gonna start by saying that I feel very confident about my macro calls and risk assets, but I feel like a schmuck and an idiot because I honestly felt crypto was gonna fall into that same bucket of correlation. And so far this year, it's been pretty close. It's been correlated to risk assets, but obviously there's exogenous events. And then to your point, Mario, and this is what really bothers me, is I do come from the traditional world. I never really dabbled into crypto except for tokenizing one of my businesses and getting into Web3, largely with your help and others. But what here's what makes me very nervous. So I lived through LTCM, and in LTCM you had a mini FTX, and or actually really an FTX more than Luna or any of the other debacles, where systemically things kind of failed, right? And it was actually the investment banks, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, everyone coalescing. I was actually at Goldman at the time. And they came up with a bailout package sponsored by the New York Fed, right, or with the support of the New York Fed in order to bail out LTCM. Because had they not done that, the whole industry would have fell apart. I expected a little bit more from Binance, frankly, because for that one splitting moment, I said, okay, Binance and a few other players will play that role. Will be the Goldman, the JP Morgan, etc. That didn't happen. And that's what worries me. And then, of course, you had '08, where obviously Hank Paulson stepped in and bailed out the whole system with the banks again, in favor of the banks. We don't have that in crypto. And I kind of expected between the Sequoias of the world and, Binance and all this, that, they go to what's his name?
CZ.
SBF and say, hey, we're
Oh,
going to
Sam.
zero you. We're going to zero you. We're going to zero your investors. But we're going to provide liquidity to keep the system going. I'm surprised that has not happened. And that's different to the
And
traditional world.
you made a very good point when we spoke very briefly earlier today. You're like, Mario, CZ not buying FTX shouldn't be surprising, but it could be considered a monopoly. Regulators won't like it. We don't know what the balance sheet looks like, and there's not much benefit, in my opinion. But to publicly say that they just think, I'm going to paraphrase, but FTX is you know too messed up for us to be able to help. To say that publicly when the market is already collapsing is either strategically destroy FTX or just a very silly mistake, but not something you do. These things are said behind closed doors where you work with other stakeholders. If Binance can't acquire, and by the way, Wahid, if you can mute and unmute because there's feedback. If Binance cannot acquire FTX, then or does not want to, then Binance or CZ, whoever, should just say, hey, we will not acquire FTX, but we're working with other stakeholders in the space to try to find a solution. Or just say we're not going to buy FTX. That's it. Full stop. No need to add on to it. No need to add more fuel to the fire. I know we all like transparency, but sometimes transparency could cause more harm than good. That's the point that you made that I want to agree with.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, let me just get very specific, Mario. Okay. No one's asking anyone to buy FTX, but be a backstop to the liquidity so people can withdraw and do all those things. That I thought would happen by now. I'm shocked. And you know what? Let's call a spade here, okay? Elon Musk even believes that Twitter is not worth what he paid for it. Even he does. And he said, I'm doing it for mankind. Okay, he was able to coalesce, you know, a good 40 to 50 billion. All right. So I don't, 8 billion, 8 billion guys. You cannot coalesce a team, a consortium to at least put up the liquidity in order to allow withdrawals and everything to happen normally. I'm not saying bail out SBF, sue the shit out of him. I don't care. Zero him. Go after him. Do whatever you like, but at least the users of the second largest exchange, for crying out loud, guys, come up with a plan. 8 billion is nothing. That's shocking to me.
Mike, what's your take on this?
Well, I think it's a big issue, but I think the issue here is that SBF sort of held himself out as, the guy who wants regulation. He was in DC lobbying for regulation. So a lot of people, including these traditional institutions like Third Point, Tiger Global, Sequoia, like some of the best investors in the world, backed him. And Third Point apparently was pissed, like they were livid when this happened because they felt completely blindsided by it. And so, to the point that the commenter was just making, like, there's not going to be a lot of support from the traditional side right now because the best investors in the world from the traditional side have all gotten screwed by getting blindsided by this. And so, it turns out that within crypto, though, the space is much smaller, much more brittle. Coinbase and Binance can't help, or they don't want to help, right? And so, there really isn't anybody coming to save them. I mean, SBF. It's funny, right? We thought that he was actually the savior. We thought he was JP Morgan. We thought he was going to bail out BlockFi and Voyager and maybe even Celsius at one point. And it turns out he was literally just defending his own liquidation levels that whole time. And I admit to actually believing him somewhat because in the June, July timeframe, he said, hey, this is probably the bottom. But it turns out he was only saying that because he knew if the markets went down another 5-10%, that FTX and Alameda would be revealed as a fraud. The last point I want to make on this is that Binance's behavior through all of this, in addition to just being nefarious, I think it's quite suspicious. I actually speculate that there's just as many skeletons in the closet at Binance as there is at FTX, and to some degree, this is a misdirection play by them to take any sort of focus off them. And I found it very odd that all of a sudden that CZ wants to publish a proof of reserves, which is not something you say if you've never done it, right? And you don't say it in this environment when there's already a liquidity crisis. If you really believe that, just fucking do it, right? Just publish it. Don't say you're going to publish it. That's what Tether did all this time, right? They said, oh, we're gonna do an audit, and we're gonna do a proof of reserve, we're gonna do all this stuff, but they never actually deliver anything. So I think Binance is heading down a very similar path. I think Binance could actually blow up at some point, and that might actually be the true bottom of this cycle.
Okay, you're the first one to say that, so that's something I want to dig deeper into, because there's a joke we make in crypto that let's put our money on Binance because if Binance dies, we're all dead anyway. So as far as I know, the proof of reserves have been shared a few hours ago by Binance. Is that correct?
Has anybody else seen that? I haven't seen that yet.
Has anyone else seen it?
Yeah,
They made a
that went out from
statement
CZ, like released. Well, that's
yeah,
it.
they released a statement, but there was no proof. Like the proof element of the proof of reserve wasn't there yet. That would probably take a long time to produce because it's they have like a lot of assets to go through and a lot of different chains.
Yeah, it
and a
takes
lot
time
of
to
different
cook the book,
services.
you know.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna. So there's one point So I've just made a tweet, Mike, and I'm gonna put a comment to that tweet just now. I just did it. That comment to the tweet I just made is the proof of assets that Binance published a few hours ago. So if you can have a look at it and let me know your thoughts. I haven't had time to dig deep, and I didn't see anyone tweeting anything concerning. But that's not enough proof with the wallet and everything there. I think Peter, you mentioned there's no proof. That's not enough proof.
I think what you would want, so you would want two types of separate proofs. On one end, you would want them to prove the amount of money they own, the amount of coins they hold in different chains by publishing the addresses and proving that they can sign for those addresses, that they control the keys for those addresses. That's half of the proof. The other half of the proof is to prove their liabilities, their obligations to customers.
Exactly, that's the point I was going to make. And that's something that, but I don't think they said they'll disclose their liabilities, did they? Because I just don't think they don't need to do it, but obviously the market kind of requires it.
Yeah, so if they don't, then it's really not much of a proof of anything. You what you would want to know as a user is what the total obligations of Binance is, and to make sure that your account, your own personal account, is part of those obligations that they publish. So then you can know for sure that you're kind of covered in that proof. And there's actually, it's interesting, in the Bitcoin community, very early on, in I think in 2012 or 2013, a lot of the early Bitcoin developers have a cryptographic scheme that actually allows exchanges to do that, and that can work with any coin. It's not specific to Bitcoin, so it's actually technically doable to do it in a way that's relatively private too, without publishing all of the users' accounts. So it's possible, but it's a lot of work. There's no way that Binance can do it from one day to the next.
And they can get a third-party audit as well, can't they?
So yeah, that would be possible too, I guess. But just if we're thinking about all of the different products that Binance offers and all of the different jurisdictions and the different kind of sub websites they have and the different blockchains they support, this seems like a very difficult task. Honestly, I don't know how they do it for their own internal audits. So doing it externally must be very complicated.
Mike, you did mention that you have concerns about, and by the way, guys, we will have a few exchanges coming in. We've got Wendy, who works at Huobi, Senior Business Director at Huobi, and I'll be asking you, Wendy, and a few other exchanges later on, a few questions. But Mike, you did mention that you've got concerns with Binance. Is that just based on CZ's behavior, or is there other indicators that got you questioning things?
Yeah, I mean, just culturally, this doesn't seem like an organization to me that cares very much about following rules or regulations. It's not clear even right now where they're domiciled, which I think is quite self-serving. I've heard of a lot of traders that have issues there, and they're not able to even get anyone to address them because there's nowhere to even subpoena them. You can't find CZ anywhere. You can't find the company anywhere. And I get the remote first movement, but I think when you're an exchange and you're providing potentially custodial service to an end retail customer, I think it's kind of important to be positioned in one environment. You see what happens when.
So guys, just quickly,
FTX
FTX just withdrew. Just for the audience, if you have money on FTX just now reopened withdrawals. CoinDesk just disclosed it 2.5 minutes ago. So I just want to let the audience know, CoinDesk just disclosed, and I saw rumors about it earlier. FTX has reopened withdrawals, and that's unexpected. But sorry, Mike, I might, by the way, as I did yesterday and the day before, I might interrupt panelists when there's breaking news that my team sends me, just for the audience to stay in the loop. But yeah, Mike,
Great.
so the lack of jurisdiction,
yeah,
and
lack
that's
lack of regulation. I mean, the reason why FTX was in such a problematic situation is they don't have the same sort of regulatory constraints that a Coinbase has. Right, like Coinbase wanted to do lending, right, and they just got shut down, which actually, in retrospect, was a wonderful thing because Coinbase is still 1-to-1, and you can totally prove that all the assets are there. I just believe that all of Binance's actions suggest that they're really not that different than the others, with the exception of the fact that they're larger. Right. And so because they're larger, if there is an unwind at some point, if it does turn out there's any insolvency issue at some point, it'll take longer to unwind, but it won't necessarily be that different. So we'll see. Right. Like I don't have any smoking gun or proof that for sure there are issues there, but I think people need to be cautious.
All right. So I'm just responding to CZ's comment he made. We don't have debt. So someone asked him 3 hours ago, what about liabilities? And the answer by CZ is we don't have debt. Now, generally, I would have never questioned a comment like this by CZ, and from what I know and any interactions me or my team had or friends had, really nice guy. Yet the same could be said about Sam, and I never doubted anything Sam said. So we are in a position now where I don't think it's wrong to really question anything we hear. But if anyone could DM me if you guys are able to withdraw from FTX, anyone in the audience, if you can just tweet and tag me, if I'd see it quicker, or just DM me. My team is checking my DMs. I want to go before we go to Wendy in a bit. Joe, what's your take on everything at the moment?
Hi, thank you for having me. It's Wendy.
Okay, Wendy. We'll go to Wendy actually. So Wendy, I've got another question for you. So you work at Huobi. I'd love you to tell us more about your position. Joe will go to you right after. So can you tell us more about what's happening internally at Huobi? What's the sentiment like, and how are you guys dealing with the concerns that everyone's having?
Right. So I joined Huobi in 2014. So it's been, I would say, 9 years for Huobi to standing in this industry. So running an exchange, I think is totally hard. It's not only about you facing to a lot of liquidities, but also there's a lot of earthquake during up and downs. So today we were so busy because we're trying to help in FTX based on the six tokens that Justin Sun's family tokens. But to be honest, that we see, so as a Huobi, being in this industry for 8 years, I see this very I'm not shocked with what FTX had it today. And
So
it's
you're
I
not you're
actually
not.
see that.
Did you say you're not shocked by
I
the
am
the?
not. I am not shocked. I see this coming like a month ago, like 2 months ago, that I've been talking to a lot of my friends. So there is a one question that's very important that I actually listened to this one yesterday, and a lot of people mentioned about Huobi, but we all mentioned about CZ and Binance a lot. But why? So like let's say why CZ are starting this like a days ago? Like why CZ did this? Why he blow up everything like such a suddenly? So why it's I think I know I don't I'm not giving any advice, but I would say that in this industry there are two type of persons. So one type is CZ. They believe in Bitcoin. They believe in blockchain. They hold everything and they work for that. All of they don't have any assets except the crypto. So those are the people who are look upon blockchain and Bitcoin. And there is another side of there's another type of the people. It's like a SAM. So SAM stands for the Wall Street Journal. Well, not say what Wall Street investors, traders, maybe gamblers. They make money on crypto, but they don't believe in it. They just wanted to sometimes make it short to make money. But for ZZ, I highly believe that he do whatever it takes to protecting the price of the Bitcoin. And the story back to Three Arrow. So when Three Arrow got bankrupt, the one of the biggest who made this happen is Sam. So on FTX, so as an exchange, Sam is a CEO. You're not supposed to become. So you are actually how to say you are a third party, right? You are not supposed to do anything to do with your users, with your clients, because all the users activities, you have everything on your change. You have all the logs, all the analysts on that. But what Sam does is he did the counterparty of certain clients, of certain users. So what he did is he do the counterparty and he make all the deals, all the futures, all the preps, liquidation very soon. So he made a bunch of money on become a counterparty of Three Arrow all the way until Three Arrow got bankrupt. So all of this, CZ knows very well. And I heard, I knew it because I heard from one of the very good friends from CZ. So that's why I think that at the very beginning, so CZ was trying very hard to protecting Bitcoin price, to protecting this whole winter. But then Sam and align with all of his Wall Street money team to break it, to make it not come true. So that's the whole reason CZ started this.
So what you're saying, I just want to make sure I understand, Wendy. And if I say something inaccurate, do correct me. So what you're saying, and I'm just gonna mute you and then unmute when you speak, just because there's a bit of feedback on your end, not too much, just a bit. So what you're saying is that what triggered the situation that FTX and Alameda is in right now, it was initially triggered by Three Arrows Capital and the exposure they had. Obviously, it's recklessness as well. Now, that's where, no, you, in your opinion, Sam knew that he may have a problem. And then CZ knew this and he blamed Sam for the downfall of, I think he said Luna, correct?
Yes.
Well, she said Three Arrows Capital, but yeah.
Okay. So on the downfall of Three Arrows. So you said, Wendy, just to confirm, Sam, CZ's blaming Sam for the downfall of Three Arrows.
I think CZ is not blaming it because as a CEO of one exchange, you're not supposed to touch any of your users' assets.
Okay, so
You're
CZ
not-
knew. Okay, so you're not blaming for the downfall. Okay, so CZ is just he knows that Sam is playing around with the user's assets and taking those risks. CC was not happy about this, and that's why he mentioned in his initial tweet, we learned a lesson from Luna. And you're saying that he knew that his tweet will trigger what it triggered today.
So Luna, well, okay, so that's another story. So Luna was, at the very beginning, why Luna got how to say? So the whole situation of Luna also caused by Sam. But Sam didn't take any advice or didn't take any.
Okay, so I knew I heard it right,
experience.
Wahid. I knew I heard it right, Wahid. So you're saying the Luna situation was also caused by Sam
Yes.
through Alameda.
Yes. And then CZ somehow he noticed Sam. He talked to Sam, and then Sam didn't listen to him, and then Sam did a Three Arrow on purpose. So Three Arrow got bankrupt, so all because they had a future trading, they had a prep trading on FTX, and Sam did it a counterparty every single deal with it. So CZ was not happy with it, and then he find out that's because it's a like people know it's a like 8 billion gaps. There's why Sam is doing it because he need money, and why he need money because he moved all of the users' money, the users' money, not his money on FTX, moving to do something else, to do his personal trading, his personal futures and preps. So this is everything
To support Alameda after what happened with Luna and Three Arrows. He moved the funds from FTX users funds to support Alameda because he mentioned to an investor. There's a report they mentioned to an investor that FTX owes $10 billion to Alameda.
So this is all comes out little by little, but at the very beginning, CZ knows everything. So CZ actually politely.
Go ahead. Sorry. Finish your sentence. Sorry.
Yeah. So CZ actually politely informed and talked to Sam, and Sam was saying yes, but he's doing no. So that's why I think that CZ was have to take some actions. Otherwise, his whole money, his whole investment will go zero, will go down to the zero. So I think this is one of the reasons why CZ started this. And the second reason is to running an exchange, you are a CEO. I'm not saying that everyone can. I'm not saying that Sam is not doing good, but rule number one: don't touch your client's money, your users' money. And rule number two: don't use leverage. And Sam somehow he did everything. He moved the user's money and he used it on a bit with leverage. So this is running exchange is not something like it's your family business, your family office that you can do anything. And he didn't take it.
Okay.
He didn't think it's his fault. He didn't think that it's actually not right to touch and move users' money. This until now. He said everything. I'm sorry, but he didn't explain where that 8 billion comes from, and he didn't say that I'm
He
sorry.
just for me that tweet just made me more confused. So Wendy,
Yes.
I have one more question. First, I appreciate you sharing all this information and doing it on stage. So my next question is, you've made a lot of claims, and I'm going to summarize them. And my next question is a very important one. Sam is responsible for Luna. CZ knew this. Sam intentionally took down 3 arrows. So far, I'm good. Then
Yes,
Sam moved users' money. Let me put funds from FTX to support Alameda post 3 arrows collapse. CZ approached Sam regarding this matter, but was ignored. CZ made the tweet as a last resort.
basically, yes. He is
Okay.
not. Yes, he is. You're perfect. Yes,
Okay.
very
So my next
helpful.
question.
Thank you.
No, thank you for sharing all this. Now, my next question is a very important one. Um, that's a lot of pretty important information and damning information. Where did this information come from, if you don't mind me asking?
Mm, just one of my friends telling me everything. I would
I
just say
understand.
how it's a small circle. Like I've been in this industry since 2013 and 14, so it's a really small circle.
Okay. Well, that gives us a lot to go off. Joe, what do
Sorry,
you think
sorry.
on?
A friend
Go ahead, Ryan.
close to CZ, a friend close to CZ. At least just qualify it.
Yeah. Very close, like living in one house.
Okay, so CZ's roommate.
Let's just put that way.
I want to get Simon up. Simon, let me before I bring you up. Let me just update the tweet. And yeah, so Simon, I've got a question. I'll go to Joe first, and I'll go to Simon. Joe, what do you think on what was just shared now?
That was wild. Uh, Good fun, but wild. I mean, the dust hasn't quite settled yet on all that's gone on here. And I just kind of wanted to check in and make sure that everyone's all right. These massive market crashes are pretty emotional for a lot of people that have got a lot of money tied up in these spaces. And I mean, you asked me earlier, what the sort of takeaway from all this, but unfortunately it's that the Bitcoin maxis were right again, again, again. Like if people are just kind of want to use this platform to make an announcement, if you can take custody of your Bitcoin, please do take it off an exchange, learn how to self custody, and avoid these situations occurring in the future. You can't
I,
you can't trust people managing your money.
and I made that point as well. Bitcoiners get made. People make fun of Bitcoiners, Bitcoin maxis when other assets are blowing up, but when shit hits the fan, suddenly they're right about everything. So we did the ode to Bitcoin just about 2 weeks ago together, Joe, a week or two ago. So here we are. Um,
Stands more than,
Simon, did you? Sorry, go ahead.
stands more than just that, though. I want to say that I had a call earlier talking about this, and it's a really good. This is a really good wake up call for everything decentralization and transparency. Like look through all this collapse through everything. Who's still doing totally fine? Uh, Maker's doing totally fine. Compound's doing fine. Ave's doing totally fine. Any decentralized, transparent GMX is doing totally fine, right? Any transparent, decentralized application that's not abusing their rights, and just doing everything as they said they were going to do, transparently, they're all doing fine. And this is why I think this is a really, really good validation of why decentralization is important. And like Wendy was saying before, people who really care about the ethos of decentralization, crypto, and transparency, are building it's okay if there are centralized exchanges as long as they're following in the right proper ethos. But for those who really want transparency, this is why decentralization started in the first place, and this is what got me into, was because we lacked transparency before and we don't know what people are doing in centralized entities. This is the whole entire ethos of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in the first place, was to not rely on middlemen. Middlemen are always the single source of failure. And Sam has been very crystal clear about everything in his intentions of not giving a shit about crypto and wanting to make money. He's been super egotistical and very much just all about being a media poster child and wanting to be the Wall Street kind of darling and all these kind of things. You really, and I don't know why everybody you know thought he was such a hero. But he was very clear of his intentions of just wanting to make money. So I think this is a really good wake up call for everybody. That's why we're all here in the first place. It's not, it's nice that we make money, but the purpose that Bitcoin was created is for this. It literally, the Satoshis in the first block of Bitcoin published a Lehman Brothers collapse because of lack of transparency, right? And for some reason, we all kind of forget this. We all kind of get dollar signs in our eyes and forget of the ethos and the core responsibilities of why this industry exists, what the technology has been created to give us transparency into what the fuck is going on, and it's just like, people forget this all the time, and like, it's important that we don't.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just really trying to digest the revelations from Wendy. Um, so I'm not sure what to make out of it because it just I think this is just what Sam did is facing criminal action is almost inevitable based on this information. So, and then when you look at the tweet that CZ did, then criticizing CZ for that tweet is no longer. No, I've been critical about it for a while, but that kind of changes things. Wendy, I've got one more question for you if you don't mind. By the way, Simon's there. All right, before we go to Simon, Wendy, one more question. What's the situation at Huobi like? Because I know we've been through a lot of ups and downs over the last few years, but I would say this is probably the worst one since the inception of Huobi. I don't know if you'd agree, but to have the second biggest exchange by trading volume collapse within hours is up there.
Yes, that's a very interesting question because today, like internally, so Huobi right now we have 1,600 employee all over the world. So all of us, we were just shocking. Like every day there is like a serious drama like happening here. So if any of you like very familiar with Huobi, we are actually acquired by one of the Hong Kong based company, and so the founder of CEO, the founder of the Huobi, actually he sold 100% his share to the new management team. So right now it's actually in the transaction of the new management team and taking over the old management. So during this time, so Justin Sun, who is one of the advisor of our current board, he was taking as a leadership in our company for in the past 30 days. Actually, today is one of the today is for 30 days, so he's almost a month with us. So what he did is like he was helping all the users, for example, Chinese users or a Chinese speaking users, back to Huobi. So Huobi was had a really bad attacked, not attacked, but branding harm by a lot of rumors saying that Huobi was sold because Huobi lack of liquidity and Huobi don't have money anymore. But actually, Huobi is one of the biggest and the surviving company, like a 9 years old in the market right now. And we used to be top four, and now just because of FTX, we back to top three. So it was really hilarious yesterday that we were talking, but today we're trying to save. That was we were making joke yesterday, but today we're trying to save a lot of people in FTX. So Sam and Justin was having a call today discussing a lot of users. So, for example, if you have a lot of assets in FTX, right? But now they closed the withdrawal, you cannot withdraw anything. And I tried 5 minutes ago before we started, and it's still not opening. But what we're trying to give the offer is if you put your assets, if you transfer your assets from your whatever token to 6 tokens. So we have like a HT, like a BTT, like a just a JST, like all of that tokens. We have 100% payback in Huobi's account if you have. So which means that we wanted to reduce the damage of all the HT holder, all the BTT holder in FTX, and want to give them back. Want to give them back the money back through the negotiation between Justin and Sam. So Sam
And
and Justin,
why those negotiations? I've been told by a couple of people, and no, disclaimer: these are rumors, so I haven't verified any of it, and they're likely untrue. But I've heard rumors that Sam is strong arming Justin to do some sort of deal to help FTX by liquidating USDD.
I think it's not about USDD. USDD is one of the batch of all the tokens that we support. I think the whole deal more like open up the withdrawal so that the users, the HT holders, the holders are able to withdraw their money through from FTX to Huobi account. So this is something that's the core negotiation point. But the reason why he's doing it, Justin doing it, is because he wants to protect the assets, protect the holder, protect the HT holder, protect the BTT holder. So that's why it's a $40 gap. So Huobi HT price was always $6 and $7, but in FTX today it's $44. So it means that a lot of people are buying HT in FTX, so they convert their assets to HT because how many HT they have in FTX they will get from Huobi. So this is how we wanted to save the assets and save the users, save the holders in FTX. So I think this is one of the things that we wanted to give support and to negotiate with Sam. I think the other thing is Sam, somehow I see it's a news that Sam wrote a letter, like an internal letter to everyone, and to saying that, hey, everyone, I'm sorry, but I'm talking to Huobi and I'm reopen for the next fundraising, blah, blah, blah. So I think that Justin also personally helping Sam to fundraising to save the whole platform.
So my question is, why is Justin doing this but not CZ?
Because Justin had Huobi. Huobi is one of the dominant platform in China.
No, I understand. I admire that. And look, I respect the step and the efforts.
Listen to me. No, but
go ahead, sorry.
US. But FTX is one of the biggest in US. I would say US user, Western user will have more occupation, right? So if we wanted to have the worldwide exchange, so Huobi is not enough, but it's good enough, but not enough. But then FTX might be a huge plus for Justin to run as a global exchange. So I think that it's really good for him to actually taking some shares or helping for this fundraising or maybe just acquire another exchange. So it's all about happening, the chemistry between two founders. We're outsider. We're not able to say yes or no, but when they started talking, everything is possible.
I'd also
Simon?
say that Huobi's goals are U.S. Integration. They were kicked out about 6 years ago by the SEC, and I'm friends with Jeff. Jeff's still running Wendy. Jeff's still running global marketing.
Wendy's Jeff still running global marketing at Huobi?
Who? Which
Jeff.
Jeff. Which Jeff?
Actually, American Jeff.
Oh, he was a strategy. I think it's a global strategy in that department. Yeah, Jeff left like half years ago. Yeah.
Oh, he did? Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah.
I just hit him up. We'll find out.
He actually joined. I think he joined Chain Up like a month ago.
So Simon, what's your take on everything that was shared? I think you were listening from the early stages when Wendy spoke.
Sorry, I missed it. I just heard what like Justin and stuff like that. Sorry.
I'll tell you what you missed. I kind of summarized it in a tweet and I repeated it on stage just to make sure I got it right. So this is what Wendy shared, and the source is apparently a close friend of CZ. So in brief, Sam is responsible for Luna. CZ knew this. Sam intentionally took down 3 arrows. Sam moved users' fund from FTX to support Alameda. after the Three Arrows Capital collapse. CZ approached Sam regarding this matter, but he was ignored. So CZ made the tweet as a form of last resort.
Okay. God, so much to unpack there. Okay, so first thing is be careful with conspiracy theories. So
Exactly.
sometimes things are fact. For example, is the Federal Reserve a private company? Yes. Was there a meeting with a creature from Jekyll Island? Yes. What are the intentions of that? You can sometimes attach your intentions to what actually happens, and the conspiracy theory can be true, but then the reason of why it was true could be completely different, and that's kind of the whole thing around like lots of conspiracy theories. So everything there seems like a plausible a plausibility. Why, from the if we're judging Sam's character in the way that most people are seeing him right now, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if some of that was true. I don't know if it's the whole thing, but I think traders are traders, and traders look for opportunities to take advantage of certain forces. And all of those shady kind of things is what can happen when you have a lack of disclosure, a lack of fake transparency. The biggest problem with DeFi and blockchains is that you can slap a label saying it's all transparent, it's all DeFi, but then you've got side agreements on the side. So in many of these loans, you can have a legal contractual relationship on top of a blockchain based transaction, and the legal agreement can reverse what you're seeing on the blockchain. So there's a real danger with blockchain in people utilizing, and the whole Luna Do Kwon thing was essentially, let's put a decentralized sticker on top of this, but in the background we're essentially a central banker managing a bunch of funds in an illegal hedge fund, and if my decisions go wrong, then the whole thing blows up. And so, what I would say to that is, there's a real danger in people relying upon, it's a matrix of, yes, the transactions are transparent, but you don't know what shady shit is happening. And then you get this illusion of transparency that is more dangerous than if there wasn't transparency. And that's why regulations exist. So regulations exist, not that they get it right all the time, but so you have a level of disclosure and a level of suitability that prevents people putting all of their money in something that blows up, and at least they know what they invested in as a goal. Okay, so then if you're saying the solution to this, so firstly, sorry, but if Justin is involved in your recovery plan, you're in serious shit. That's not someone altruistically trying to figure out how to do what's right for users. That's a business transaction around somebody that created their own flywheel and printed their own money, and has found themselves in a position where their flywheel hasn't imploded yet, and therefore they just happen to have enough dry powder so that when you swap one token for another token, you end up in one shit show to another shit show. And when we were last on this show, I hope that everyone took their money off FTX, because they could at that stage. And immediately I told everybody, get your money off FTX right now, get off this call. And the first thing someone said, I'm a bit of a DJ and I see a really good trading opportunity here. And so I hope that, and I said, okay, fair enough. If you want to do that with money you're willing to lose, then just make sure it's money you're willing to lose. And then a bunch of other people were asking me, oh, if I take it off FTX, where do I go? Do I go to Binance? Do I go to Coinbase? And I'm like, no, where's your Trezor wallet? You're not trying to order a Trezor wallet when it's in disaster. You should have had the Trezor wallet already. Now, okay, sometimes, we only do things when it's urgent. And that's a lesson that we need to learn in life. If we don't prepare for things, then we do things when it's urgent. We get a lesson. And hopefully that creates enough pain inside of you where you start to prepare for things ahead of urgency. But I know Huobi well. I was there, and I met like the founder Lee when that was before all the Chinese CEOs were getting arrested. And I went to his office in Shanghai. But swapping one shit show that someone printed for another shit show that somebody printed is just going from one gambling mindset to another gambling mindset. It's not a solution. The solution is you need to use securities at some stage, and securities have a level of regulations. So if you're taking your claim on FTX, you do realize there's a bankruptcy code and there's bankruptcy laws, whether it's Bohemian or whether it goes into Chapter 11 or whatever it may be in the US. So all of these transactions you're doing can be clawed back, will be investigated. There's criminal investigations here, and these things they're very, very serious. And if you're creating securities, then you need to have a level of transparency on that security. So the Huobi token is just exactly the same as the FTT token, but
But the
connected to a
but
different
Simon,
exchange.
but is that necessarily? And I know Trevor, I'm gonna go to you right after. I know you had your hand up, but is that necessarily a bad thing? Like the FTT token itself is not the issue. It's the leverage they took based on FTT being an asset of Alameda. That's the issue.
Sure, but you're swapping one unregistered, unlicensed security that's going to get person in prison for another one. At some stage, you just got to learn that these things are all in shit. Like at some stage, if you want to roll over, you're doing what you're the government here. You're trying to solve a debt crisis with more debt. You're trying to solve inflation with more inflation. Oh, I've got an idea of how to create inflation. Let's print up a bunch of money and create more inflation and then give it to people. And then maybe they can pay down some of their debt with us taking on their debt. The crypto space and what we're doing here is literally replicating the government, but without even the accountability to government. You've just got individuals that are printing up these cryptocurrencies with the illusion, by saying this a blockchain and decentralized, that they're not hiding all this shady shit that happens in the background, because you can stick centralized agreements and contracts on top of that and use the blockchain to manipulate. And that's what happened. All of the pumps and dumps and shit that happens in exchanges is when you're saying one thing on Twitter. And Justin Sun is the perfect example of somebody that's made a career out of printing money, going on Twitter saying one thing, and then using decentralized blockchain to manipulate something in another direction, and then doing shady shit in the background. Sorry if I'm making allegations here, and these are the types of people that we're looking to save these things. This industry, I don't know at what point people are going to realize that they're going to go to prison for this shit, and it's really, really bad. And fucking with people's money like this is not acceptable behavior. Now, people need to learn that. I believe in free markets, but there's a reason that the industry suddenly starts to think securities are bad, because they have disclosures, they have transparency, on and accountability and suitability. And we didn't want that on the way up, because everyone wanted to make their money. But on the way down, they're going to be complaining to regulators. And when one token gets, flywheeled and swapped into another token, and that doesn't go well, they're the first people that are going to be complaining to regulators. And guess what they're going to say? They're going to say, oh, fuck this. I don't want to deal with all these retail. Let's just make it for high net worth only, and they can take the risk. So, be careful. The regulations exist like this because of these patterns, and it drives me insane sometimes, because it's just like people want a one-way bet at the end of the day, and when you're gambling, you're gambling. If you want to put, again, nothing for me has changed from what I've been saying week after week on, as you invite me, that I get that some of my money blew up in Celsius, but that was a deliberate portfolio strategy of I know that most of my savings are in Bitcoin. And I know that there was some where I wanted to pull off some dollars and I wanted some where it could generate some yield to pay that. And if it all blew up, that was part of my risk portfolio. And so here's what everyone's going to do now. They're going to go from, let me put all of my stuff from this lesson into one thing. And then they're going to expose themselves to one outcome. And that one outcome that they're going to expose themselves to. And sorry, I'm not. I totally get the lessons. Bitcoin, not your keys, not your coins. But you're exposing yourself to the risk of one device with one backup phrase with one outcome. And that in itself may be a lower risk strategy than storing on shitcoin casinos. But you're still just jumping from one eventuality to another and gambling on whether it's going to work out. And what you actually need is risk management so that whatever the outcome is, you're prepared for whatever that may be.
And I want to give you some good news for you and other Maxis, Mike. I think Trevor, Marshall, or not Maxis, but any fans of Bitcoin. So Shell 2 minutes ago announced, 6 minutes ago announced to launch a Bitcoin mining initiative. They announced it in Miami 2023 conference. So that's Shell, the oil company. We talked about this. Yeah, we talked. That's pretty major, but obviously we're dealing with the shit show of FTX. But we talked about this 2 weeks ago when I was in wherever I was, London or Paris, or a week ago, about oil companies, energy companies getting into Bitcoin mining, and here we are. So that's
yeah, Mario.
big
I can give you some color there. So I'm not gonna take all the credit for it, but I just so happen to live in the same neighborhood as all the Shell execs, and I've been slowly orange pilling them over the past four years or so. And
shit,
so
well, congratulations, man.
They've got a bunch of interesting stuff that can be helpful for miners. They make fluid. They're geniuses at all kinds of stuff. And all of their EVPs are very excited about Bitcoin. They're not going to do what Exxon did. I'll just caution you that they're not going to do mining. Their shareholders will rip their faces off, but they are forming strategic partnerships with miners. That's all I can say.
Love it. What's good? Great news. I want to go back to the point. I just need Wendy. I need your help on this, because and Jesse Fidgetal. I'm glad we have some people with legal knowledge on stage. Wendy, I just want to ask you again because I want to share information and I always disclose if something I've verified or haven't verified. And I'm always careful not to share misinformation or anything false because I hate misinformation in general. Now, you did, and Simon, maybe you can add on to it, or Trevor, I'll give you the mic because you had your hand up. But if you guys can comment again, because it's going a bit viral. 10,000 people in the last minute saw it. It's 120, 130,000 impressions, which is already in 20 double the impressions I usually get per tweet. So I want to go through again what was mentioned. And as Sam is, I'm guessing, unintentionally responsible for Luna. That's a guess, is unintentional. Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong. CZ knew this.
Do it one by one. How do we know that Sam?
So actually, that's a good point. Let's break it down. Yeah, a good point. So Wendy, if you don't mind breaking it down, because I think you're doing something great by sharing this information, and if we can just transparently break it down for the audience, I think it would bring them the most value. So maybe you could break it down, and then we'll get Trevor, Simon, Marshall, Jesse, Fidgetal, Matt, and John to kind of go through it.
You're going to get blamed, so you got to double check the shit out of it.
Yeah, bro. Exactly.
Well, the good thing is about in bankruptcy, you get a whole lot of transparency and professional level examinations. That's all going to come out in bankruptcy, depending on where they do it. But anyway, sorry.
All right. So Wendy, the first point is SBF is, I'm guessing, unintentionally responsible for Luna's collapse. Now I put SBF there as kind of Alameda or his team, etc. So do you mind elaborating a bit more on that point, please, Wendy?
I see one of my friends, Tong, is here too.
Jonah, bring it. So hold on. So I can bring them up if you want. Are they? So is it Tong? Tong? Tong?
Yes.
So Dong, you can put your hand up, bro, if you want to speak, and yeah, it'd be good to get your thoughts on this. So yeah, Mandy. So the first point is about Sam being unintentionally, of course, I'm guessing unintentionally responsible for Luna's collapse. So how's that the case?
Uh, oh, I see. There's a lot of attention. A lot of people were sending me the private message and everything. So I think that I was just explaining uh, why. I'm just explaining why, if I were CZ, why I did it everything like this. Right. So you guys are very good at transparency, and I believe that you can find a lot of data on chain, or a lot of information on chain. So all the data, I think that I would just leave all you guys to dig in. But I would just say that if I'm a CZ, I'm not a CEO of Binance, and personally I'm good friends with Sam, right? Because I'm an investor of Sam. So everything I did, I knew it. But I was mentioned a very big important thing. It's there's a two type of person in this industry. One is do short Bitcoin, and the other one is do long Bitcoin. And obviously, those two type of people are Sam and CZ are standing for those groups. So I think
So to be
at the
clear,
very beginning,
you're saying SBF is a trader short Bitcoin, and CZ you're saying is a long Bitcoin long term investor. Is that what you're trying to say?
that's right. I think this is
That's clear.
I think this is very important because it's a goal of your career. So running two exchanges, if your goal it's not the same, then even though it's a business, I am your investor. I was invited by you, but then all down to the road, it's gonna be separated. So I think that by protecting the price of Bitcoin, the two type of people, the two group of people are actually doing the different things, different directions. So that's why it causes CZ was starting all of this, on Trader. And I think that he tried really hard to convince Sam as a friend, not as business to business, but as a friend, to convince him to do not doing more damage than it already is. But I think that somehow Sam needed money so much, as we see that he has like a 8 billion gaps, right? So I guess, okay, so that's why he have to do it. He have to take the action. But 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 why he waited until now, I don't know. But did he know everything, like about the three arrow, about the Luna, everything? I highly believe that he did know everything, but he didn't stop it. He didn't stop Sam. So, but it causes a lot of earthquakes, right? It causes a lot of earthquakes. So I think right now, if I were a CZ, I will take actions. I will stop everything. I take the experiences. I take the lessons from what it happened before. So I'm just explaining. You guys can think this is just a story, okay? Nothing is true. Everything I said it's not true at all, right? But I'm explaining. But if I'm a CZ, right?
Okay, sorry, yeah, Wendy. Just to confirm what you just said. So everything you said is not true, and you're just making assumptions. If you were in CZ's head.
Right. Yes, you can assume that everything I'm saying it's not true.
Yeah, so these are basically events that happened and your interpretation of why they happened. So
Okay, and Wendy, just to confirm, like I don't know whether you're getting DMs or anything, but the source of a close friend of CZ that you mentioned earlier, how is that related to the assumptions?
Because 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 I just got this all of information from. So what I know is what I know, right? A lot of people believe it, a lot of people don't believe it. I'm here not convincing people to believe what I said.
I understand. So essentially
Yes.
what you're saying. So got it. So I want to ask you to convince people, to convince us to what you said. Just one last question, just to kind of give us some clarity, and I think you've given us more than enough information. So really appreciate it. Just a last question, Wendy. So just the story that you've shared, is that a story that you were told by people with more knowledge on the situation, or is that if you were CZ, this is how you would think, and this is how you connected the dots? Just I want to know which one is the case.
So the story was told by one of the friends.
Okay, so this story
Yes.
was told by a close friend of CZ's. Makes
Yes.
sense. Cool. Okay, Wendy. First, I just want to applaud you for coming up on stage and sharing this. And I also want to applaud you. You did something very important here. There's a lot of people listening to this, and I think you giving transparency about, Huobi's, I'm just going to quote things that you said, but Huobi's strength in the market, and them being the third biggest exchange right now. I think it's something that your team there should applaud you for. I know we have a few other exchanges coming on the show a bit later, but just want to give you some credit for coming up on stage and saying this. You kind of scared the shit out of me when you said, "Oh, this is not true," but I get what you mean. It's someone that informed you this, a close friend of CZ's, but you haven't gone down and verified this information. You're just sharing the story shared by that person. Makes a lot of sense. I appreciate you doing that, Wendy. By the way, Fuba, good to see you on stage. Simon, what's your conclusion on this? And then anyone else that wants to speak, guys, just so you know, if you're new on stage, just put your hand up or unmute anytime. We're pretty chill. But Simon, what's your take on all this? Like final words, just on the story itself, and then we'll go to Trevor.
Well, I can tell you a few things I know, because I didn't fully hear the whole story. As I said, I jumped in, but there is an examination happening right now as part of the Celsius case in terms of Luna. So that is something that's actively being investigated by the DOJ. No surprises there. You lose $40 billion. That's going to get the attention. There's Americans that own it, and that's going to
Oh,
get.
Celsius, is it $40 billion? With Celsius?
Not Celsius. That's Luna.
Oh, Luna. Okay, sorry.
The amount that blew up. Celsius is a $3 billion coin short hole, but they invested in long-term assets. Basically bet long and went short Bitcoin with client money, and then manipulated the price to try and fill a hole. So there is examinations looking into all of that, and there's clearly relationships between these counterparties. So I think we're going to get transparency in all of that, and really the last player to fall that clearly was using their token in order to hide lots of shady shit is FTX. And unfortunately, the solution's not going to come from Justin Song and Huobi giving you a token to hide the shit that happened with another token, because I can promise you there's just as much shit behind those tokens. Unfortunately, it looks like we got to find out what the other side of this trade is and who lost the money. And we're going to see the contagion from who was exposed to FTX, just like we did with Luna. You'll see the contagion of who was exposed. And depending on the outcome of the bankruptcy proceedings, and then unfortunately it's normally the user that takes the haircut unless they get a bailout. And it makes zero sense. If you're CZ and there is a $6 billion hole, then you might as well take it into bankruptcy. That debt gets wiped out. And then you can buy the company for a lot cheaper and wipe out the equity shareholders. So the bailout concept, when you get to these numbers, is just a useless concept. We saw that with Celsius. When you have a certain level of bailout, it makes no business sense to bail out that hole. So unfortunately, it's the haircut that happens in the end. The Bitfinex one was a manageable number, so there was a way.
What was the number? What was the number of Bitfinex?
Well, it was 119,000 bitcoins, which at the time was about $72 million dollarized.
Okay, I'll go to Trevor and Sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish off, Simon. I'll go with Trevor because I know he had his hand up for a while. Trevor?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for having me, Mario.
Pleasure, bro.
Personally, I just don't believe Wendy's story. I understand it's her interpretation of the events, but it just sounds like very far fetched and very
I'm
speculative to me.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm just want to add on to this point and let you continue. Like I'm in life, I'm a very anti-conspiracy theory person. I'm not saying Wendy's story is conspiracy theory, and again, I want to applaud her for coming up and on sharing it. Things that might have sounded like a conspiracy theory to me 3 days ago are obviously now reality. So I just want to make that point. But
yeah,
I'm in that same boat. Like I'm always like I always hate people sharing misinformation and not verifying it. I'm really scared to be to fall in that basket. The tweet is seen already by now. It's 252,000. It was 211,000 just when you were speaking. It was 211,000. Now it's 252. So I'm like split. Should I remove it or not? But I made it clear this is a story. I mentioned the source, and I think it's worth mentioning considering there's lack of transparency in the space. As long as as long as I'm open that this is a story, who the source is. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
yeah, no, I think that's all good, and I appreciate Wendy sharing this information. I think the more information and the more opinions up here, the better. I think I'm just trying to make a broader point about like we're in a very, very disorienting situation right now, where it's very hard to even know what's true, and whether the number that's being quoted, especially, is an $8 billion hole here. Is that number verified? Is that from multiple different sources? We're in a situation where there's a lot of intentional deception going on, smoke and mirrors, games being played at multiple levels. Wendy touched on the fact of FTX US being a piece in this chess game. Geopolitics are probably getting involved here. I did not have in my bingo card, that we would be having a recovery so quickly this morning. Initially thinking it was based on the CPI news and maybe it was some early advance notice that withdrawals are going to open. I didn't expect that withdrawals are going to open today as well. So, there's so many things going on here, and we're very early in the stage of this game. But I don't think that anyone at this high level is, a saint in this situation. Like, I don't think Justin Tron is trying to come in here and save anyone. I think he's a vulture coming in and feasting on the corpses. He's pumping his own token. It's a very kind of Machiavellian situation. What he did with his token. People were essentially trapped inside FTX, unable to withdraw. It's almost like Squid Games if you think about it. These people can't leave, but here he's putting in his token that they can actually withdraw through, and then you're seeing the token pumping over 30x. And so people have a
Which
choice.
token? Sorry, which token is that? Which token?
The TRX token. So it's trading at 0.05, outside of FTX, but it was the only
Man,
token you could withdraw.
I'm surprised Tron is even a thing still.
Me
Honestly,
too.
these
Me too.
guys, I don't know how to say it. Until these people end up in prison, they won't stop this shit.
Simon,
They
Well,
just
he's
won't stop until
but guys,
they.
I want to Trevor, Trevor and Simon, and then we'll go to Matt. Just guys, can you look at what I just retweeted? Someone sent it to me. By the way, audience, I appreciate all the DMs and sources and messages. Anything you send me, please mention a source if you have one before I share it, because there's some things I cannot share without a source. But there's a tweet I just retweeted. I'm just going to read it out for the audience, or you can see it on my profile. Someone sent it, worth mentioning. So, 3 Hours Capital owes Voyager a few $100 million. Went bust. FTX Alameda gives 3 Hours $100 million, but didn't save it. Alameda invests in Voyager, then takes a $400 million loan from Voyager. Okay, Voyager went bust. FTX didn't, quote, bail them out or return the money. Okay, I remember that story.
All of that's true.
Yeah. That one I remember. That was a quote by CZ. But just worth mentioning, like, it's just, again, a person that doesn't believe and hates conspiracy theories. It just all seems connected in such crazy ways. I think none of us expected. Simon, you had someone in your team kind of ring the alarm, but I just think it caught us all by surprise, and it could be, and we're going to find out a lot of things over the next few months that will catch us by surprise.
Exactly. We don't know how far and wide it's spread just yet. Look, I mean, we could have very serious people blow up because of this too. Like, we don't know what kind of degen stuff DCG was doing. We don't know how many customers Silvergate has that might have exposure to this, causing a bank run on Silvergate. You don't know how far and deep and wide this goes. And so, at current, just get your shit off exchanges and just post up and wait. That would be my best advice.
Matt?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And to the earlier point about being really careful of information we're retweeting, or opinions of a source that we're resharing. People are literally whipping around their entire net worths and trying to figure out where's safety, where security, where do I flee to now. And like we try to say this is not financial advice, but let's face it, people are making generational moves that are going to impact them for years to come this week. So um, some humility should be taken.
Yeah,
I'm just going through.
I was gonna add to this that I think part of the confusion and sort of the disorientation is that compared to the collapse of Terra and the 3AC collapse, I think there's been way more fear in the market, and this has been a much more emotional hit to I think so many of us, especially because it's been way more close to home in terms of affecting a larger number of people. But I think that just this is totally a different situation than the previous two
Can you
experiences in terms of just
can you can you
how
can
much
you check,
emotion has been dialed up into it. Yeah.
bro? Can you check, Trevor? Can you and everyone else? Can you just check what I just retweeted? Is a tweet by Jason Choi, um, and just about the withdrawals from FTX. If you can guys have a look at it, I'm just reading it now.
So sorry, are we saying withdrawals are open on FTX?
They were, yes, Simon. So they were, and that was announced on chain. We saw a lot of withdrawals out of FTX, which caught me by surprise, and I mentioned it to the audience.
There wasn't a lot, Mario, was there? There was, I think, just a handful, and someone called.
Exactly. That's what it's looking like now. I forgot about it. And there's just a handful, and just go through the tweet. So, one, multiple people have pointed out that the quote withdrawals, which seems to have started again from FTX, are towards addresses that look almost fishy. So that's 10 minutes ago, 14 minutes ago. Quite a few of them look like quote clean addresses that I used deliberately to obfuscate any linkage to real individuals. I don't think I believe in coincidence anymore after what happened. My hunch is that VIPs, insiders, are being paid off, as many employees, many of whom were publicly asking people to not withdraw, had their assets stored on FTX.
Yeah. So you don't need to worry too much about this, because any
That's
Alex
similar to what you saw.
yeah,
Exactly similar to the
Alex
story in
Institute
Celsius.
crew, they withdrew their funds, and depending on which bankruptcy court they go into, you have insider clawbacks. In the US, it's 90 days, and in Bahamas, I think it was about 6 months. So you've actually got a stricter rule on that. So any of these transactions will be deeply investigated, and they will return back to the estate if they are shady things, and it will also lead to them having a full-blown criminal investigation for their actions as well. So these things will play out. The problem is that they just take a long time.
And there's another announcement now, another breaking news about 2 minutes ago. Top FTX lawyer orders documents preserved as investigations ramp up by CoinDesk. It's just moving so fast. Celsius didn't move that fast, Simon.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah. The Celsius stuff, yeah, it was because actually Alex was fighting the lawyers. The lawyers were trying to get him to put it into bankruptcy, and he was trying to move things before that happened, and he was fighting it to the bitter end. Went through 3 legal teams, and finally there was Kirkland and Ellis that persuaded him, no, you have to do this now.
So one interesting new development is it looks like people are tracking the addresses that are getting withdrawals from FTX. They're very, very slim and few and far between, but they appear to. One of them posted their Solana address last year. Appears to be followed by essentially nobody, 100 followers, but also SBF. So a lot of people are theorizing that it's just prioritizing withdrawals for insiders before the real stuff goes down.
And what do you mean? What do you mean, Fuba? What do you mean by just for the audience? What do you mean when you say the real stuff go down? Can you elaborate?
Well, it appears that I'm not following the on-chain stuff directly, so stuff could be a little skewed here. But it seems like the withdrawals, you had 5 billion or so withdrawals over the weekend, and now it looks like some account topped up with 10, 20 million is doing very piecemeal, very small withdrawals from FTX. So then the question obviously is, all right, if there's 10 billion of debt that needs to be paid, and this account has 10 million, is there another 9.9 billion coming further down the line, or is this the last straw before withdrawal is shut off for good? And if it's prioritizing only like insider accounts, people known by SBF personally, then it would appear to be the latter. That this is kind of the last straw before things get frozen in bankruptcy.
So I think I can add some color here. I do not know any FTX insiders, but I do know a few just regular plebs, regular Bitcoiners and enthusiasts who, in the last 30 minutes, were able to withdraw, modest funds. But they're not. They just saw, like we saw, the alerts going down on Twitter and tried it, and they were able
So
to get that.
could that be? So I'm guessing it's small amounts. Could that be just
Yep.
opening it up for small amounts, very limited number of people to show that they've opened it up, and within those small amounts, some insiders take out big amounts? That's, by the way, guys, this is all assumptions. None of it is verified. We're just trying to guess what's happening because of the lack of clarity.
Well,
But is that?
I think you could safely assume that insiders were given a heads up that, look, at this time, at this morning, there will be a window, and it is on you to act. Not whitelisting this account or that
It's
address, but
completely
just letting
illegal.
them know what
Honestly,
the window would be.
if you're insolvent and you're in bankruptcy and you're allowing these to process, it's illegal.
You're not allowed, as far as I know, Sammy, you're not allowed to move any funds in or out of the company.
It's going to be clawed back. It's going to be investigated. This is the type of shit that gets you in real big trouble.
And we're talking, and just a reminder, everyone. I know some of you might laugh at this, but for others, especially people new in the space, like we're talking about, SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, the fanboy of crypto, at Congress. So we're not talking about some random person in a country without a legal system. And I think he's based in San Francisco. So it just makes everything so surreal. I swear. And I hope that the tweet and Wendy's revelations or allegations, whatever you want to call them, they're seen now by almost 500,000 people. I hope they just lead to more clarity, because the tweet that was made by Sam, at least for me, I don't know what to make of it. I haven't even brought it up on the show. So,
by the way, if we're addressing bankruptcy, giving out money would be clawbackable. Opening up a window for withdrawals would probably not be intent. It would probably not be subject to clawbacks once bankruptcy started.
So FTX also FTX US. Okay, so we thought FTX US was or some of us assumed that FTX US is fine. So FTX US has nothing major, but they've resigned from the Crypto Council for Innovation, which is a trade association that lobbies on behalf of the crypto industry. Okay, it's nothing major, but I just got that news.
There
team
goes our innovation.
the team. By the way, for anyone, for everyone, just wait. The team is going through all the information that's being sent to us via DMs. So we'll just try to verify things before I share them here. So if you're sending a DM and we haven't responded yet, just be patient with us. But my next question for the panelists is, how much worse? I haven't looked at the markets even. Jesus, usually I have it open in front of me. Let me see BTC now. We need Cantor, Rome. If you can get Cantor to give us like breaking news and on-chain analysis like he did yesterday and the day before, that would be great. But we're again. Sorry.
Everything's up.
Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Well, that's after such a bloodbath, you expect some sort of bounce. But how much worse could this get? Have we, like, my thoughts yesterday were, someone said, like, more dominoes could fall. I'm like, yeah, but generally when dominoes are falling, it's like small domino leads to a bigger one, leads to a bigger one. We kind of had the biggest domino fall. There's just nobody.
You still got more.
No,
so think about Luna. You had Luna, and then for the next 3 months, you had all the shit that came from it because everyone revealed who was exposed. Way more people are exposed to this than Voyager, than Celsius.
I mean,
than any of those things.
Well, what's the size of Alameda? Marsha, I'll let you go. Just one question. What's the size of Alameda versus Three Arrows? Does anyone know?
Yeah, I think it's. I think 3 hours. Don't quote me on this, but it was 3 to 4 billion, and Alameda was reported as 15 to 16 billion.
Jesus.
And you've got all the APIs that would be connected to FTX. You've got all the companies that would have had funds on FTX. You've got the traders. You've got the fact that FTX bid on Voyager. Now Voyager now have a claim on that 51 million that he bid. They've got a case on that. You've got there's going to be a big chunk of contagion. Like literally with Mt. Gox, it was just literally people with Bitcoin and maybe a few API keys because no one was doing anything there. The issue with Celsius was that they had all these collateralized loans, and therefore those collateralized loans create issues, and some think they had custody and various other things. But remember, FTX and Alameda were essentially negotiating all these transactions to use financial engineering in order to cover up holes. And so there was no, a line of credit to one of these companies wasn't a line of credit. It was just essentially a balance sheet entry saying you owe me this and therefore I'll owe you that. And it's backed by FTT collateral. So therefore we'll reverse that. You give me back the collateral. And then that's a preferential treatment that then connected to Celsius. That then, you've got all of that to go. So yeah, unfortunately there's more to go.
For everyone just requesting to speak, if you can just DM us, telling us what you'd like to share, because we're getting too many requests. So I want to keep it focused and valuable.
This one's Lehman Brothers. So Celsius was Northern Rock.
Yeah. So
it created a sneeze. Now this is Lehman.
Yeah. So my next point, and I just made a tweet that we're gonna be seeing the impact of this for months to come. I think a lot of it won't be clear for a while. So let's say 3 to 6 months. That's a fair assumption, Simon.
Oh yeah, I mean things move in real time so fast now, so you can't hide shit anymore. And these in the next, in the next 3 to 6 months, everyone's probably going to be very clear over exactly what happened.
And we don't know how much of it is priced in though, because the markets are pricing in the impact, and they're trying to find out who's going to be impacted by Alameda and FTX. So the markets are trying to price in months of pain. At least that's my assumption. The question is how much of it has been priced in, and then that goes to how much clarity do we have. I've asked people.
Should we ask Tone? Tone, you want to come
up? Tone, Tone's on, yeah. Tone, what do you think? Is that the "I told you so" moment, Tone? Mike is yours.
Well, I don't know if it's "I told you so." Actually, if someone asked me which exchange did I expect not to collapse, I probably would have said FTX, just because of their they had the regulatory they had the regulators in their pockets, right? Because of SBF's donations to the Democratic Party. So I never liked FTX, but I also never spoke publicly against FTX. I've made so many enemies with pretty much every company up to the point of FTX came into existence. So by that point, I kind of stopped already. Like I've already made enough enemies in the space, and I kind of left that one alone. But I obviously had zero exposure to this because I don't trust any of them. For me, it's simple. Like people try to pitch me on these companies all the time. I always have one question. I'll only ask one question. Do you have a token? And if the answer is yes, then the conversation ends. Well, I really don't care. I don't need an explanation as to why you have a token, how incredible it is, how you're Mother Teresa with this token. If you have a token, that's it. It's over because your company's existence depends on the token. And the moment the token goes down, your company implodes. This is the same thing with what happened with Library. To me, the Library thing is way bigger news in a way. This is just another exchange. This is Mt. Gox all over again. It's a little bit bigger now, but the market is bigger. Mt. Gox had actually a bigger effect. And people will learn their lesson, and they're not going to leave more money on exchanges than they should be losing. So again, this is another one of these things that I'm just going to watch play out. It's very likely to be this final capitulation. I was expecting something big to happen. I just didn't think it was going to be FTX. But it's always, the most surprising one that no one expects that's going to happen. And for me, FTX was the shadiest of all the exchanges, because the way FTX was built was they literally took like the worst part, the most unethical part. The most unethical part of every exchange is what makes it, the most money, right? They literally took the worst part, the most unethical worst part of every exchange that came before FTX, and FTX did all of those things. They were built off the token, just like Binance was. They were doing a bunch of stuff that BitMEX was doing. No one seemed to question how come the biggest hedge fund is owned by the same people that own an exchange. Like it was the most ridiculous thing ever. And no one questioned it. Like no one wants to ask the tough questions in the space. But at the time FTX launched, I was already done. Like I got tired of explaining all this shit over and over and over again. So I'm kind of walking away from the whole Bitcoin blockchain thing, because I'm just tired of explaining the same thing over again. And there's other people at this point that do it, but I'm not surprised. So I don't really have much to comment on at all. I was like, someone asked me to jump in here. I just finished my event, so I have a little more free time to join spaces. I don't have much to add on the fallout. Like I said, to me, the library token being ruled as security is actually more interesting. And I'm probably going to do one more law show because we have so many things to cover, including the follow-up to Celsius. But the library token is going to be the main topic, not this. Though in this case, I will add, both CZ and SBF should probably, I don't know about jail or not, but like they both broke a shit ton of laws. CZ publicly taking this whole thing down and then announcing that he's going to buy it, that had to be multiple violations of security laws along with other laws. It's crazy.
So I was making that same point in that CZ, and Wahid was making the point as well. CZ tweeting this publicly, saying that we have concerns with FTX is ridiculous. And then we had a lady from Huobi, Wendy Wang, who told us a story that she apparently heard from a source as close to CZ, and it mentioned that CZ knew about Sam's position and situation, and he approached Sam regarding the matter, but he was ignored. So he made the tweet as a last resort. But then and I wanted to ask Wendy that question, but she obviously was getting too much heat, so she wasn't comfortable. But the question,
I've known Wendy since 2014. Yeah, she's been. I thought she left Hobie, but I guess she came back.
Okay, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that you follow her. Just one more thing, Sam. I want to add one more point to this, and I'll let you comment on the token, and then I want to go to Fubar after you, Simon and Tone, about how this could impact the rest of the market, including NFTs, if he has any thoughts on this. But so if CZ knew about the situation, then why make a statement that we're in talks to acquire FTX, and then hours later walk away? It just seems too messy.
To me, the reason why is because some lawyer must have told CZ, by the way, if you acquire this company, you are so going to prison. Well, like that seems to be the main reason as to why he backed out.
Oh, yeah, but plus it doesn't make business sense to take on a $6 billion hole when you could acquire it for cheap in bankruptcy.
I mean, he had everything to gain from, saying yes and nothing to lose. And so, why wouldn't he just put a non-binding LOI, get all the information he needs to know to protect himself in Binance with no intention to actually go through with it? Like, he's literally wiping out his biggest competitor His biggest competitor is wiping themselves out, and he has everything to gain, nothing to lose by signing an LOI.
But the whole token side, so I can understand. So I can relate to that position because I was in that position. When Celsius, when I started to understand what was going on with Celsius and Alex, I had a really difficult choice. And the choice was you either come out and call it out, and everyone calls you a fudster, and then everyone that owns that token really becomes a ginormous attacker of you. And I still have them to this day, where by coming out and saying something, the first reaction to anything you're saying is, oh, FUD. And then the token community completely attack you like you're trying to attack their mom or something. And so, in tokens, trying to create a community where people's interests are aligned because they financially benefit the more the token goes up, you bring out like the worst in humans. You bring out these scenarios where everyone's willing to missell, everyone's willing to try and pass their bag on, everyone's willing to try and say things that can impact. And it just brings out, in my side, like the worst in humans. And when I tried to say something about what was happening with the only people, there's genuine people that were really impacted, creditors, and then there were people that own the token, and they were trying to create a speculative, short squeeze and all sorts of stuff like that. And then their full-time career became anything that I was trying to genuinely say. They were trying to discredit it, discredit me, and just really attack anything you're saying. And now there are a bunch of people holding on to that token where their full-time job is just to try and protect that token at all cost, even if it means the genuine victims that are really impacted by this, they'll try and attack any recovery plan just so that their token price can be protected. So, it really does create these really awful conflicts, these token models.
Well, right. Well, Simon, this is why, since 2014, when I first started being vocal in the space, I've always been against this tokenization model, and no one cares. Everyone just wants a token. Like the only thing that matters is the token. Like the company's always been irrelevant. Every single company, yes, your company as well. And I'm not saying that to you personally, to like 80% of the people listening to this. The only thing that matters to people is the token. Like that's it. Like whether the token price is pumping or not. This is the new business model. And the more FTXs blow up, the more people will realize that this was always a terrible business model.
So essentially, what you guys are saying is what happened with FTX is a blow to the entire token model. But is it really just the token itself or the way it was handled? If FTX did not take leverage using their token, and if there was more transparency or more regulators involved, then we wouldn't have this issue.
No, Mario, it's the token itself. There's a couple of exceptions, right? Sort of, but it's like you can't even call the Binance token an exception anymore, right? Because there's absolutely no difference between the Binance token and the FTX token. There's no difference between them. It's an identical company, right? Now, technically speaking, the reason why the Binance token hasn't yet imploded is because their business actually gets revenue, right? Like because they're an exchange, so they can charge you money to use it. But the Binance token doesn't need to exist, just like the FTX token. These tokens never needed to exist. If you have a profitable business that people are willing to pay for, right? Like other exchanges seem to work just fine. Like Kraken doesn't have a token. Coinbase doesn't have a token. Bitstamp never had a token, right? So you can run an exchange without a token. So what is the point of the token? Now, when you have a business that actually can make money, A, you don't need a token, and B, if you have a token, but your business is making money, then your company is okay. But in 99% of every single company in the crypto space, the company doesn't make any money. And the only way the company is able to pay the developers to continue coding whatever project it is, whether it's a Solana, whether it's whatever it is, right? Any crypto company that has a token has to pay its developers. That company makes no money. So as long as the token goes up, they can pay its developers. The moment the token doesn't go up anymore, the moment the token goes down, how do the developers get paid? And the answer is they don't. And the moment the developers don't get paid, your blockchain dies, your project dies, right? Everything depends on the token to pay the developers. That's it.
I think that's a highly reductive and wrong approach.
Yeah, 100%.
Coinbase doesn't have a token. Coinbase has publicly traded stock that they pay their employees in that is directly linked to the profitability of the exchange. FTX, you said no profitable exchange needs a token. FTX was highly profitable on trading revenues alone, did 250 million. I forget of what time period that was. But the issue is not a token. BNB itself runs the third largest blockchain in the world, BSC. So the issue is not that there's a token. Tokens are simply oftentimes far more efficient versions of stock ownership. You wouldn't call something a fraud if
with no disclosure.
If they paid their employees stock.
Hold on, back up. But now you're saying every single company in crypto except Coinbase is violating security laws.
No, I didn't say that.
No, definitely not.
If it's an efficient stock, then
if it doesn't pass the Howey test, it's not. It's not violating securities laws.
Yeah, but the securities laws exist, right? In order to try and make disclosures and suitability happen because of the negative impact on markets by not having disclosure. So if the FTT token had to disclose that it was levering up, and when they were, or Alex Majinski needed to disclose when he was selling his token, or when they were using it for market making, in securities, all those exist because every scam that we're seeing right now has already happened in the securities market.
I mean, there are still scams in the securities market.
No,
so there's plenty of scams in the securities market.
Absolutely, is that something having a token is completely independent of whether there's a profitable protocol or company underneath it. The issue here is using illiquid assets to prop up over levered loans, and being the own market maker on something you own the entire float on. So I think that whole discussion is a red herring. The problem here is specifically FTT likely being used as illiquid collateral to prop up loans elsewhere, and then ultimately it's a question of risk management.
So what I would say to that is there's a bunch of things that can go wrong, right? Yes, securities, like we had the financial crisis, we had Lehman, but securities have seen a lot of this stuff happen before. And so they implemented codes of practice that people have to comply to in order to try and make markets more efficient and less manipulated. Does it remove all manipulation? No, because there's always a way of scamming any market. But if you look at it, if you're saying, so collateral is one. So we've seen what happens when you use an illiquid token as collateral. But then you've also looked at the Celsius scenario. The Celsius scenario is, well, what happens if there's no disclosures and no transparency? Well, then you can make a fake investment in your ICO. You can pay people to market make. You can use client funds that are meant to be segregated in order to pump the price of that token. And then you can withdraw it at the end and make yourself wealthy against your clients while telling them to buy it while you're selling it. So then you've got market manipulation. And you've got other things. And so securities try to address these problems because way back in the 1890s and the 1920s, everything that's happening right now happened back then. And every decade they try to have a reform because a bunch of people lost a lot of money, complained to regulators and said, how do you stop this happening again? And when the companies went bust, they then implemented different structures like SIPA bankruptcies, where another bank has to come over or another broker has to come over. Everything that we're experiencing right now has already been experienced over the last century, but we're doing it with blockchain technology. So what we're doing is we're cherry picking user cases and saying, oh, this one happened because of that, and therefore all you need to do is fix that. There's a bunch of stuff. It's suitability, it's disclosure, it's prevention of market manipulation. It's not using, disclosure on collateralization, over leverage. All of these things blow up the financial markets time and time again.
And I think that DeFi is definitely an evolution and improvement over the previous model, and it's evolving in that direction where it's all happening in the public and open source through some of the smartest developers in the world.
I could not disagree with that statement more. I could not disagree with that statement more. There is absolutely the DeFi is not making this better. I couldn't agree more.
I think it's in the middle. It's making it different. It's adding a new layer. So, if you look at Maker, these smart contracts have performed how they were intended to perform. And you can see the exact points at which these collaterals, and you can add it more, you can add more. So it's not, securities has its flaws, right? It doesn't have that level of transparency that you get. So therefore you have to implement regulations and put people to prison when they break the rules. And smart contracts do have that additional layer. So it's not really, you're just exchanging one risk for another. One improves in one way and has a bad problem in the other way. Because as we said with the DeFi contracts, you can have a DeFi contract on a blockchain and then a private agreement to manipulate on the side. And then you can use the blockchain in order to scare people into thinking that something's happening while you're doing the opposite in the background and manipulating the market. And so at the end of the day, these shady practices, happen whether you have it in DeFi or you don't. It's just two different versions and two different risks and two different types of problems that need to be solved.
Yeah, and I think that with any innovation, there comes new challenges. It's called the Nirvana fallacy, that there's a perfect solution for anything. But the idea of open source software and the ability to iterate in public and open source is clearly a better model than the sort of closed and slow system of traditional finance that we're coming from.
So I think the argument is that you're saying it's an improvement, which I agree it improves in some ways, but then it also creates a false sense of security for really shady shit that happens.
Yeah, of course. If you invented an elixir of life that allowed all of us to live forever tomorrow, it would create additional problems for society, like overpopulation. Any innovation that's introduced is going to lead to additional problems that society has to deal with. That's just the history of how innovation works.
Sure, and that was exactly the Bitcoin playbook when everyone was saying, yeah, but it allows for people to own their money and therefore there's drug dealing and all that stuff. And then you come up with, well, drug dealers use shoes and cars and, all of these arguments, they go through these circles. But I think it's a mistake to say that, all it does is it's a bit like saying security, right? Security just opens up one vulnerability and closes another vulnerability, and you've just got layers and layers of things that you're trying to risk manage, and there's no such thing as this perfect these risks all need to be managed.
I mean, I would argue that you can actually eliminate a whole class of custodial risks via on-chain guarantees. Big part of the securities framework is the need to ensure that counterparties and centralized intermediaries aren't screwing you over. So you then have fiduciary responsibilities and recourse, et cetera,
again,
et cetera.
no, you can't say that. But your statement is proven wrong every single day. Every single day, another smart contract goes up. How can you possibly say that?
When you have a Uniswap, for example, that doesn't take custody of user funds whatsoever, then the idea that somebody can take your money and run off and rug with that isn't even a possibility, isn't even a question. So the question of what are centralized intermediaries doing with your money becomes irrelevant when you get far better defined interfaces in smart contracts and code. So
I think Tony is pointing to a different. The point you're pointing to, Tony, is not the same point that we're making. You're saying that there's hacks and there's security liabilities with the code. But if actually that's something I disagree with Fubron, because I'm not a fan of EVM or Solidity. But there's newer programming languages that are coming out that eliminate almost all those issues and reduce the attack surface of these smart contracts by an order of magnitude. I mean, if you look at Bitcoin, there's no Bitcoin hacks, and that's because the attack surface, the functionality is very minimal in terms of what you can do, making the attack surface very low. And there's other frameworks that are coming out that are, an order of a magnitude improvement. And even there's a new form of Solidity coming out called Viper, I think it is, which is vastly improving the security of the whole EVM.
Guys, I want to move on. Just gonna update a few things quickly, just for the audience. First, I deleted the tweet. It seems Wendy just got a lot of slack. I just got messages from people, a lot of slack for sharing this information. So the tweet is already seen by more than 500,000 people, but I did delete the tweet. Just a quick update, and I tweeted about it. Back to the FTX withdrawals. So the withdrawals might not be as nefarious as we thought. So do you remember the deal that was reached with Tron? So I just tweeted about it. So that could be the explanation, apparently, for withdrawals. And I got the announcement from FTX's website. So we are pleased to announce that we have reached an agreement with Tron to establish a special facility to allow holders of TRX, BTT, JST, SUN, and HT to swap assets from FTX one-to-one to external wallets.
Okay. So that's
I'm not sure.
But I don't think that matches with the
Yeah,
I don't think that matches with the withdrawals.
A separate thing.
It's
That's
separate,
what
yeah.
they teased yesterday. We were seeing withdrawals.
I gotta get going. I didn't want to just drop off, so I just want to say goodbye. But chatting away. It was a good chat.
Peter, yeah, later, bro. Go ahead, Peter.
Bye, Tone.
Oh, by the way, guys, just I don't know if this is public. So Binance, apparently, the Binance is not going ahead with the deal unless FTX US is part of the deal. So the source is Blockworks, and I'll read it. Binance, that's directly from their website. Binance will not go ahead with the proposed deal to acquire FTX unless the US-based exchange partner FTX US is part of the deal, according to a source with knowledge of the matter and text conversations reviewed by Blockworks.
Do keep up. I think they pulled it since then. Binance, CZ announced it that he's not doing it. That was an early
That was. Let me see that when that was. When that's dated as, that was November 9. Oh shit! Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So they did that. That was an announcement, and then Binance or CZ confirmed that they're not doing the deal.
Well, that sucks. I thought I had some good news. Sorry, Peter. Wahid, go ahead, guys.
Thanks. Yeah. I know you want to move on, but I was glad.
No, it's good, bro.
The conversation about tokens as securities. I always try to remind everybody on the background we're talking about a very strong dichotomy. It's Bitcoin against everything else, and it's centralized exchanges against everything else. And why should we have centralized exchanges that do anything but, providing a fiat on-ramp for Bitcoin? So I agree that the securities laws are very applicable to 99% of tokens because most people just simply sell them in order to raise operating revenue, which is exactly what people were doing in the 1920s that led to the Great Depression. But I do believe that there's going to be, there is currently ongoing a set of innovation that makes tokenized assets that have nothing to do with the underlying business operation, but more things like affiliations, like fan tokens, or just reasons to exist that go beyond the expectation of profits based upon the efforts of others. So I think the space is still so immature that 99 times out of 100, these tokens are going to be scams and the securities laws will apply to them, and there's no business selling them for operating revenue because that's illegal. But over time, if we keep having these conversations, I do think that we'll evolve to a world where people have a framework laid out where this is how you create a token, this is when it's lawful, this is how you make it lawful, because otherwise it really is. People are just going to put sell half of it to their friends, sell half of it to the community, walk away with $10 million and either build a business or not. But as we think about these things, Bitcoin is the king and none of that foolishness happens on Bitcoin. So if you don't like foolishness, buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I think there's fundamentally, I think we've had this conversation in the past, haven't we, Mario? But there's a reason why private equity is illiquid, because it's a long-term investment where you're forced hodled with the company to create the value that takes approximately 7 to 10 years to create in normal circumstance. When you add liquidity to early stage ideas and concepts, by having market pricing at that stage of immaturity, you open up to all the shenanigans that happen. So, when we created a secondary market for private equity, we had to introduce price floors and price ceilings because we didn't want to screw up the value of a company raising finance by somebody that just wanted to manipulate the price. And so there's a really good reason why private equity is illiquid. And when you think about when you're funding a project based upon a token, even if it's for all the genuine right reasons that you said, the emotions of fear and greed in marketplaces will always be 90% of the reason why those people are engaging when you add market pricing.
So, guys, can someone explain to me back to the announcement with FTX and the partnership with Tron? So I'll read out the announcement again. FTX announces partnership with Tron to allow holders of TRX BTT, a bunch of tokens, to swap assets from FTX one-to-one to external wallets. It's the first time I see something like this in the space. Can anyone make sense of it?
Yeah,
is that official by FTX, by the way?
Yeah, this is old news too. I mean, it was posted like yesterday. Basically,
I think yesterday was the discussion. I think it was just apparently it's just.
Big difference between Justin Sun saying random stuff and FTX actually confirming it. But yeah, they did tease it significantly.
I mean, it was trading 12 hours ago. TRX was trading up, like I said, 30x on FTX 12 hours ago because people were using it to get their money out because they could buy TRX, they could withdraw it, and they could swap it into whatever they wanted outside of FTX, but they would get pennies on the dollar. So it's kind of a manipulative move to pump TRX.
It's a pump and dump. That's all it is.
So what's interesting is it's acting as synthetic FTX dollars. This is senior debt currently trading at what it looks like if normal TRX is 5 cents, is trading at 25 cents on FTX. That means people are currently pricing FTX debt is worth 20 cents or so on the dollar. So it's bizarre how this structure. This is bizarre in terms of bankruptcy proceeding. I've never seen anything like it, and I don't think it holds up legally whatsoever. But ultimately, if you withdraw your tokens, you withdraw your tokens, and then it's the clawbacks. Then the clawbacks begin. But I'm stunned that this is Sam's first public move. Obviously, things are in a terrible spot, but partnering with Justin Sun to pump TRX is probably the least good thing you can.
I don't
understand.
So
Just
this is the source is Bankman. It's the Bankless announced this. So I tend to retweet
there's
things
no
they announce.
official from Sam or FTX.
Let me see.
On Twitter.
I think it's official by FTX, by the way. I think it is official by FTX because someone sent me the FTX link. Yeah, it is. It is from. It's official by FTX.
I don't know what to say. Like if you
get
yourself in this level of trouble and then that's your move and you.
Yeah, what am I?
This is not a get out of jail free card.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, there's not much benefit to this. At least not for Sam. Okay, some consumers managed to get some assets off the platform, but it just seems like a very desperate move considering the circumstances. Wahid?
Yeah, what did you want me to comment on? That particular point?
Whatever you like, bro. Whatever you like, bro. You had your hand up.
Okay, look, I just wanted to make one mention, about having tokens and having that as collateral and a way to pay your employees, etc. Lots of great projects can have a revenue model separate from the token, but I would also say that currencies all over the world play the same role. When a currency dumps, you fail to be able to pay your public employees. You fail to be able to manage your deficits. And so fiat, we go back to the whole thing, full circle. Tokens, fiat, securities, all of that is one and the same, guys. It's basically a currency of value, a transfer of value.
It is, but I mean, fiat, although most of us are kind of suspicious of it, it is created by entities that people have learned to put their trust in. Whereas most of the time, these tokens are created by like Joe Schmo. And, whether there's a distinction there, we can talk about. And that's an interesting point.
No, I mean, there is a distinction, right? There's no distinction because like the Turkish lira is based on what one guy says interest rates should be. And literally, it's the president and commander-in-chief all in one. and same thing in the Zimbabwe, and same thing with any currency. I mean, I'm not, not trying to be defensive, but I'm saying that ultimately, countries, corporations, companies, projects have a mode of raising capital and building a trust, a connection with investors, and you choose to trust it or not. That's basically it. But I don't think, we blanket statement everything.
Right, but if you're using the token in a manner that approximates money, you're creating something and converting it to capital, which is exactly what the securities laws were intended to address. Whether people like the securities laws, I don't know, but it's very much illegal in my view.
No, because a token can be used for utility. It has nothing to do with transferring the value the way you said. I mean, I'm not addressing that point.
Utility is typically invented like this is useful on the platform we are creating. It's not like the utility is like you can bury it in your yard and a sunflower comes out. It's more like, oh, buy this token and then you can actually get a discount on our NFTs.
Well, I mean, I think Gary Gensler has said that he puts Bitcoin and Ethereum. I'm not an ETH maxi like Fubar here. I'm actually more of a Bitcoiner myself. But Gary Gensler, in fairness and intellectual honesty here, has said they're on the same platform. Now, the most interesting thing that's happened is what I forget who mentioned it, but the library token. That recent ruling, I think, definitely allows the SEC and other regulators a window into the space to get their claws and their teeth into almost anything they want.
Yeah, so we've kind of ignored that piece of news. It was on the agenda, but obviously now we're all talking about FTX. What impact do you think that could have on all the projects that launched over the last, since 2017, but especially the latest ones? How how aggressive do you think they'll be?
Well, I mean, in my view, first of all, this is the District Court of New Hampshire that made this case, that made the ruling. So it's one guy, one judge, and it's not binding authority on anyone. Of course, it's persuasive, and the SEC will take it as an opportunity to do external regulation. But again, I mean, the SEC is going to be going after low-hanging fruit. They're going to be going after folks that created a token before it had utility, sold it for money, and then either walked away or tried to build something out. Again, we can disagree about whether the SEC should exist, but this is the kind of behavior that it was intended to address when it was created. You make a whole bunch of promises, you talk about how your business is going to take off, and then you sell something before it has appreciable value based upon the hype that you generate. And again, that's the kind of behavior that the SEC is going to be looking at. But I don't think it's this kind of watershed moment because they were already looking at that stuff, and them putting up a W in the District of New Hampshire is kind of irrelevant.
But Library did none of those things, and it was a fair launch token that had no pre-miner ICO. So it is kind of very interesting in the fact that it violates all of the preconceived standards of how people are doing things. And I'm coming from an ecosystem called Stacks, which is like a layer 2 on Bitcoin, and they did the first ever SEC registered token sale ICO, and so they went by the book, doing it everything according to the ICO, and then they're the first to write a letter to the SEC declaring it no longer a security. And so, coming from this angle, going a little bit more by the book adds some extra protection there. But this is definitely something that is, I think, concerning for a lot of people in the crypto space who are trying to build DeFi or other potential innovative protocols.
Well, the one thing I would say is it doesn't have to be an ICO for you to sell it. I'd have to read the opinion and the complaint again in library, but my understanding was that they definitely kind of conducted sales from corporation to private entities. And if you're doing that, then it doesn't matter if it's an ICO or a pre-mint or anything else, it's still a sale. In other words, the idea, if you want a way around the securities laws, either register the token or don't sell the token in any shape or form. And that also means don't pay it out to your employees because they can then sell it. So the idea that you should be able to raise capital by creating a token, to me, is backwards. You should be able to prove out your reason to exist before spraying that token all over the place. And then if you want to sell it for whatever purpose because you feel like you've done enough work and you've reached a kind of critical mass where it won't kill the entire market, then you can go through the appropriate registration channels.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can. Sorry, Peter, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was starting to ramble. Please go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, you can raise money from venture capital. I mean, that's the business I'm in. I'm a venture capitalist. And so you can raise money from a venture capitalist, no problem. The issue is if you're creating an open source protocol. If you're creating something that's open source, fundamentally there's going to be no ownership by anybody. And so how do you actually create a capitalist engine around that so that you can invest in R&D and, without people backing R&D and, this heavy investment, what happened with Bitcoin was a miracle. It's never going to happen again. I mean, you don't see open source technology created and be on that scale successful ever in 100 years. And so it's not going to happen in our lifetime again. And if we want to live in a more decentralized future, there needs to be market forces, free market forces that allow open source technology to have an investment cycle and a potential for people taking risk to have a risk reward ratio that matches the balance that is going to reward entrepreneurs and reward people. So
I agree with you 100%. I just think I disagree on the solution, which is that the accredited investor definition is outdated, and people should have more ready access to venture capital whenever regards equity. Because otherwise, we're creating a system which incentivizes the creation of speculative tokens, and we're back to 1929.
So I want to go, Fubar. I'm going to go to you quickly before I go to Altmam and Amin, who have their hands up. We saw a lot of NFTs, especially in the Solana ecosystem, bleed. I'm not sure how involved you're in the space, but are we seeing the riskier assets in the space, altcoins, NFTs, take a bigger hit, and then people flooding either outside the space or sitting on blue chips, whether it's in the NFT space, you're sitting on CryptoPunks or Apes, or in the token space, ETH, mainly Bitcoin, maybe Polygon?
Yeah, great question. Funny being called an ETH maxi because yesterday I took a ton of heat for saying that Solana wasn't dead. So everybody's got a different view on touching the
We
elephant.
discussed, yeah, and actually, I want you to touch on that as well. Like the statement of Solana being dead just seems way too exaggerated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, a lot. There are. I love the story of the blind men touching the elephant. They think it's a snake or a tree or whatnot based on whether they're touching the leg or the tail. And you have two different perspectives that a lot of people come in at. One is that price determines whether something is useful, and the other is that whether something's useful determines its price. Neither are completely wrong in reflexive environments, but I think Solana especially is probably the most interesting non-EVM environment in terms of how it's pushing the consensus mechanism. I was talking with Trevor about this yesterday, about how we really need AMMs are an incredible innovation, but we need decentralized on-chain order books to really scale to the experience of replacing centralized exchanges that custody and can and will steal your funds. And to be frank, the EVM just isn't, while it has a lot of throughput for a lot of use cases, is not up to par of trying to run an on-chain order book, even if you look at something like BSC or a rollup like Arbitrum. So I'm an innovation maxi, I'm a disruption maxi. I'm super excited and interested to see that Solana's been making fundamental innovations, breakthroughs in the space. They're the second blockchain to take a multi-client approach, which I think is incredibly important for credible neutrality. Now, obviously, they got in bed, I think, with the wrong people. Strong Samcoin association, and that obviously is killing them right now, as all Samcoins are getting dumped to the depths. But ultimately, that's the coin distribution that I think has to happen, and you come out of it with a much cleaner slate. When it's a different world when everybody's indexing on 250 compared to indexing on 10, and so like whether the Solana execution environment overtakes the EVM per se, I think it's probably too early to say. I still do spend more time deving on EVM stuff than I do on Solana environments, but I think that competition is much needed. So yeah, and then the NFT space specifically, how does that affect prices, and where do we go from here? Ultimately, the highest beta stuff is the stuff that gets dumped at the margins. You look at obvious BTC moves the least, and Solana moves a lot more than that, and Solana DeFi tokens move a lot more than that. And then NFTs are just levered beta on levered beta. I think there's a strong wealth effect that goes on with NFTs. That's mostly how I price things. Is when people feel rich, they go buy internet JPEGs, and when they feel poor, those are the first ones to sell. So it's not quite beta because people can feel rich when they're not, and they can feel poor when they're not. For example, like ETH runs to 1600, everybody thinks they're rich again, even though stuff's down 60, 70, 80%. So I'd say the NFTs get priced heavily on the wealth effect. So then people having money stuck, for example, makes them feel very risk averse and very scared. But ultimately, I'm excited to see there are some probably the most interesting Solana innovations are just the sheer level of scale they're doing. Ethereum has a very strong 10K PFP meta that's now been shrunk to a 2K PFP meta as entrants in the space have disappeared. But then you have like X Backpack and whatnot that's saying, look, we minted 1 million NFTs and it cost 2 cents total. So I don't think we have 1 million people that want those NFTs right now, but it's just frankly interesting that we can now scale to that space. And people aren't priced out. You can have a 25-cent NFT. So those are my thoughts.
And last question, the Sol Epoch, the release is in, I think you got 2 hours, I think. A bit more than 2 hours. For me, I said it yesterday, I just think that everyone knows about it, so it's pretty much priced in. And I don't see it as, I just don't find it to be too concerning. Okay, short-term price impact, but is there more serious, a long-term impact this could have on Solana?
Long-term impact, no. I think I saw some stuff about how, I don't know, tens of millions of Sol was getting unstaked or whatnot. And then I saw a follow-on tweet, I think, that the Solana Foundation was running a lot of validators themselves, and they had just gotten banned by Hertzner, which is a AWS competitor cloud provider. So they were having to move all their machines offline and move them to more robust, less single point of failure point, and they weren't actually planning to sell. They were planning to restake. I'm sure there are people who are unstaking and want to get out on top of that, but ultimately sell pressure has to come. When prices get this low, it's very hard for the marginal seller to overcome the marginal buyer. Eventually you run out of coins. So I wouldn't be too concerned in the long run.
I'm in the same boat, and my conclusion yesterday after debating this with a few panelists was I'm just struggling not to be bullish on Solana. It's just way too much fear, and the statement of Solana being dead just made no sense to me. So that was my conclusion. I'm glad we're in the same boat. And Amin, how are you?
How are you, Nawfal? I'm good. Thank you very much. I just want to react on a few things. I would like to bring to the attention of the public here that Binance currently is a big systemic risk constitute a big systemic risk on our industry, being heavily centralized and having against it huge regulatory risk. Obviously, the regulators that have been building a case against Binance were waiting to have big elements in their favors in order to kind of have the effect they wish to have, to basically show a lesson and teach everyone a lesson in order to kind of force compliance to other smaller players. As you know, Gensler has been accused now of going into the weak hands and going into the low-hanging fruit and not being able to attack people that can defend themselves. I think with what's happening today with Sam and etc.,
it changes things. I agree. I think so too. Like I was telling a story, I think 2 days ago. There's a gentleman who is close to a family member of mine, and I met him a year ago. He was a big regulator in Dubai and on the board of a bunch of companies. And Binance is hiring as many regulators as they can, especially ex-Dubai regulators, because obviously they're looking at setting up shop here. And he was offered the position of, I think, vice president or chairman. I can't remember. I think it's vice president of Binance. No, chairman. And he rejected the position a year ago. Then they asked him again. They've been asking him for a while, and I met him again about 2 months ago. He's like, yeah, we're talking about it, and he's telling me how he's just not accepting it. And his explanation is like, Mario, it's too big of a reputational risk. I'm like, I don't understand. For us, and the audience would agree, Binance is the place to work. Is having an ex-Binance person as part of your advisory list or as part of your team is a big benefit. Now, when I told him this, he's like, Mario, yes, but in the traditional world, Binance is a target for all regulators in a whole bunch of countries, and they're struggling with regulators. Now, that was before FTX. Now you add the whole situation with FTX into the mix, we're in trouble. So I do agree 100%. Binance is a pretty serious systematic risk, and Kantor is with us finally. Kantor, you missed a lot of. Let me update you what happened, Kantor. We had someone from, I won't name her anymore, but someone from Hobby come in and tell us a story. And a lot of you don't know, I was quiet for a while because I was just dealing with a lot of drama behind the scenes. The story, I'm just going to read it out to you. I deleted the tweet because it went viral. I think like in an hour or so, had like 700,000 people saw it. But the story is essentially, where is it? Oh, I fucking deleted it. It was anyway, CZ. Sam led, Sam was responsible for Luna's collapse. CZ knew about it. Then Sam played a key role, and Sam destroyed 3 Arrows capital. CZ was not happy with it. Sam had too much exposure to 3 Arrows. CZ warned him about all this and told him like, hey man, you got to stop fucking around with your money. Sam didn't listen, and CZ tweeted what he tweeted 2 days ago because he just didn't have any other choice. So that's the story she told us, and the source was apparently a close friend of CZ. I tweeted the story as I always do during a space, went viral, and that was, half of the discussion so far was about that, Kantor. You missed it, bro.
Yeah. So.
Kantor, I think you're speaking. Go ahead, Kantor.
I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, I saw that. I also saw a couple other things that people were sending me on the back end. Let's just say karma's a bitch. I really do truly believe in karma, and it's one of those things where I understand that there's competition. I understand that it is a company and they have to make sure that their people eat and things like that. But at the end of the day, he was dabbling in some pretty shady things, and whether or not it was because he was not thinking properly or it was intentional, it led him to this direction. And
bro,
I thought his apology was kind of meh.
Oh, that's not an apology. It's just listen, bro. I just got this screenshot from the team just now. JP Morgan says FTX collapse fallout could cut the value of cryptocurrencies in half before it's over. The fallout from FTX.
I've got to hop off now. Great talking.
Yeah, bro. Appreciate you, bro. The fallout from the FTX. Yeah, just came out. Please tweet it. I'm asking to tweet it. The fallout from the FTX collapse could wipe 50% of the value from the cryptocurrency market, according to JP Morgan.
It's one of the first times I think JP Morgan is more right than wrong. I usually think that they're full of crap with what they put out there versus what their internal memos are. But I definitely think that the CPI was kind of the saving grace today. It is a little questionable, but regardless, I think that there are a lot of things going on in the back end that aren't necessarily bullish for a mid time frame. Obviously, everyone here is super bullish a long time frame. Like, that's why we're here. That's why we're building, and that's why we invested so much of our time and our lives and ultimately our capital. But I think that FTX, it's one of those things where, yes, it could be a contagion. It also could be a domino effect type of situation. But I think that someone made this point. I'm not exactly sure who, but essentially this is kind of opening up the door, and now we have to see what skeletons are truly behind there, because now you're going to start seeing regulators having a real excuse for going in and rolling heads. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, that's fucking brutal. The things I'm just reading the article. JP Morgan, who's been pretty bullish on crypto, and they did their first DeFi play a few weeks ago. We talked about it on the show. That's fucking insane. They're saying Bitcoin could drop as low as 13K, and that was yesterday. And today they're saying that crypto's value could drop by half as the fallout continues to unravel.
I mean, it is
Which
similar to what we were talking about, right? I mean, I was saying that the bottom was going to be between 10 and 14, and some people are even saying it could wick down to 8 and all these different things. I mean, ultimately, that valuation loss is going to be in the alts. I mean, yes, Bitcoin can continue to go down, but really there's just going to be a lot of alts that are going to lose. And one thing I do want to remind people is, yes, there was an amazing pump today due to CPI, as well as people feeling that their limit orders are getting taken in, but at the end of the day, Solana and FTT are still quite risky right now. Some people are saying that it could be exit liquidity volume. Some people are saying that it's being manipulated, but no one really knows, and we'll have to see in the coming days because this fallout just happened. We have to remember it just happened.
exactly, we touched on this a bit earlier as well. Is this could take months to unravel to see exactly how deep the impact will be. Um, we saw. Did you read the announcement by FTX regarding their deal with Tron?
Oh my God, USDD was depegging yesterday. I had a friend from Berkshire hitting me up, and it was he was the first one to hit me up. Then Citadel hit me up. They're all saying, look at this, look at this, look at this. So yeah, I've been seeing all the stuff. I think algorithmic stable coins are screwed long term. I think USDT that's the main thing that needs to stay alive. If that doesn't stay alive, we're looking at forget an ice age. We're looking at a stone age if that happens. I think USDC is the only one that's like, okay, this is backed by BlackRock. Like, worst case scenario, they could put a lien on like half of the neighborhoods that they bought in the United States and put it to back it. Like, they have enough capital. They've 10 trillion AUM. So that's the only one I feel very confident in.
And do you have concerns with USDT?
So I mean, talking from people all the way from great traders all the way up to the upper echelons of State Street and Merrill Lynch and JP Morgan and those types, there seems to be a very common concern that the valuation and audit done by Tether's team is quote unquote not independent enough, as well as some of the paper some of the backing assets is really Chinese paper, meaning it could be fugazi or it could be fake. For those of you who don't know what fugazi means, essentially they're worried that the audit could have been, let's say, the individuals doing the audit were not truly independent, and a lot of the money is apparently in areas that don't have proper regulations. But this is all rumors. This isn't like done by a top 3 accounting or auditing firm. So I mean, there is worry. There isn't full backing similar to USDC. If USDT was backed by, let's say, HSBC, even though it's a bank in China, I would feel a little more comfortable just because it's a relatively large bank. But this is more or less, we've seen times where USDT, if you check the on-chain analytics, you can see that they were removing and adding anywhere from 10 to $15 billion of the USDT in a day's worth. You just see the analytics. It'd be falling off a cliff or it'd be growing a mountain, and it would happen out of nowhere. And they're essentially minting this. There is, they're adding liquidity, but where is it from? Yeah, their audit is, decent, but it's not as impressive as you would see or you would want to see for something that is dealing with such a large market cap. If you're dealing with something that's worth $70 billion or whatever USDT is worth in terms of their market cap or reserves, you would expect something similar to a prospectus or a 10Q or an 8Q, something that maybe not in that direction, but similar, where they have a breakdown. Okay, this is how many treasuries we have. This is how much European debt we own. This is how, how many treasuries do they have? How much is corporate debt? Who are our backers? The more transparency, the better. And from what I'm gathering, people know that USDT is the ultimate puzzle piece to cryptocurrency. The reason USDT exists, we all know, is because it's able to be used to trade on a dollar peg on exchanges that aren't necessarily regulated by the US or other governments. USDC and USD is what is used on more regulated entities, just because it has a better backing, and US dollar is literally just US dollar. USDT primarily, the reason it's so big is because of Bitfinex. That's what all the whales use. So, if that goes, which I pray it doesn't, and I don't know if it will. There's always FUD. There's been FUD on Tether for years, but it's not something that I would be concerned with just yet. I think the most immediate concern is algorithmic stablecoins, because there's nothing backing it.
I just don't see us. Yeah, I just see like the same thing that happened with ICOs. They became toxic. No one spoke about them for a couple of years. We could go through the same process with algorithmic stablecoins. Brad, what's up, bro?
Hey man, yeah, I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of things that maybe you guys might not have talked about yet, or maybe you did, but give my perspective on it, because I've been kind of like following this stuff extremely closely since DeFi summer 2020. I was messing around with the food Ponzi's and got real active trying to figure out DeFi, because I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. But I'm not like everything's a scam Bitcoin maximalist. I'm like, I want to actually try all this stuff and get a MetaMask and try everything, and yield farm and mint NFTs and just see what's going on in the space, get involved in the community, et cetera, et cetera. And I got very critical of, if anybody sees my tweets and stuff, obviously I'm like super critical and just frustrated with all the scams and fraud that I saw happening. And back in January, I started sort of like kind of making these tweets about these different protocols that are basically super high risk Ponzi schemes that were going to blow up, like Terra Luna and Celsius. A year and a half ago, started warning people that Celsius was doing really shady things and it was super risky to be in it. It took a while to play out because we were in this insane bubble that saw Andreessen Horowitz and Real Vision bringing in all the macro traders, thinking all these things were risk free and blah blah blah. So logic took a long time to play out, and fundamentally, this is no different than the 2017 ICO utility fat protocol thesis stuff. It was just pumped up by people like Three Arrows Capital, Jump Capital, Alameda, etc. So it like made everybody believe that there was something different happening. Now, like if you game theory it out, the risk really isn't Tether, and I don't like defending Tether because I don't recommend people use USDT. I think people should just hold Bitcoin, like dollar cost average into Bitcoin, hold it on your own keys, and not like yield farm and all that stuff. It's very risky. Trading is very risky. But you look at, I just pinned a tweet there if people want to see why Tether started to depeg last night. It's an attack that has happened multiple times over the last year and a half. Whenever there's some kind of very like extreme event that happens in DeFi or in crypto, some smart party out there sees an opportunity to imbalance the fungibility pools in DeFi and create a condition where they can remove the USDC or the UST or the DAI from the curve pools, or borrow from Aave. Like they can deplete the USDT by supplying USDC, and they can create these imbalances in DeFi where a simple $100 million transaction will depeg Tether in DeFi, and they do it and they profit off it because you can short Tether in these perp markets, use leverage and short Tether. So this isn't a sustained risk that Tether is going to depeg. It is just because there's all kinds of fear in the market and people spreading this information that like Tether's backed by Evergrande bonds in China or whatever. It's not real. I mean, don't trust, verify. Obviously, you can't trust anything. But based on me being in this space for 12 years or whatever, since 2011, watching the whole thing play out, kind of knowing some of the people involved, and like seeing how they handle these extremely risky things that have happened over the last 10 years in Bitcoin history, or in Tether history, or whatever. It's the probability that Tether is lying about everything is very low. So you kind of just got to look at what they're saying and look at what happens in the market. And I think it's kind of worth weighting what they're saying as like a high probability of being true. Now, I don't want to make definitive statements saying they are telling the truth, but if you look at what they've been doing, there was rumors that Tether was providing loans to Celsius last year. This was a big thing that the Tether people were, Tether truthers and Tether haters and fudsters and all that were saying, like, first of all, you got to know where this Tether hate comes from. And these rumors get spread by no coiners who don't think Bitcoin is valuable, and they think the entire Bitcoin and crypto markets have been propped up off of Tether printing billions of dollars from nothing, issuing it to the exchanges and funds, and then they use it to go buy up Bitcoin. And that's where this originated from. So they have a vested interest in shorting Bitcoin and seeing Bitcoin not succeed. So they spread these rumors. It gets picked up in these crypto channels. People who aren't very close to the matter, maybe they're not really following the news very well. But that's where we are right now. We got this like very coordinated attack on Tether's credibility for good reason. In the very early days, they did have an event where they got their $700 million stolen from them in the shadow banking system. And at a point, they really were not backed one-to-one, and they still had on the website that they were backed one-to-one. So for good reason, there's like some nuggets there where, yeah, you should want to question what Tether's saying. But based on everything that's happened, like, they should have blown up by now if it was true. So what they've been saying is that, and this is what they've been signaling for over a year or almost a year now, that they started to reduce their backing by quite a significant amount of corporate paper. So they're starting to behave more like a money market
And that was
fund.
post Luna, no?
Well, they started even signaling that before Luna. It was like people were concerned that for one thing, Tether has like a 80 billion market cap at the top. They're kind of driven offshore by the U.S. regulators, so they can't keep cash in bank accounts. They tried that in 2016 or 17. They were using the shadow banking system to keep one-to-one backed with dollars, but then they got $700 million stolen from them in the shadow banking system, so they had to start managing their treasury like a money market fund would, which is like buying treasuries and corporate paper. And think about it, like, they print money. This is what FTX should have done. Like, FTX would have been able to just continue on printing money if they hadn't have tried to leverage up and take risk. But Tether has been very conservative. They make tons of money off of just holding all those assets. Like, they don't give you any of the interest they're earning off the deposits, off the bonds. So like, they got a very successful business here, just being a good actor and being conservative. They're gonna emerge as the most like valuable, successful company in crypto, just because everybody wants to put their money in and they're just holding bonds and getting the interest. So they don't have to go off in the risk curve and take all this extra risk. They also own Bitfinex and they print money off the exchange as well. So I do believe that they're trying to be conservative and they're trying to be good actors, and they're not trying to be a hedge fund and go off and like make these risky loans to Celsius and Alameda where it's just backed by FTT tokens or whatever. So I asked Paulo, I got a hold of him. I was like, dude, like, are you guys actually giving Celsius loans that are backed by Cell tokens? Because if so, there's not a chance I'm ever going to say a good word about Tether again. Because I don't want to put my reputation on the line defending Tether, even though I don't use Tether, I don't like Tether as a concept. I like Bitcoin. But a lot of us Bitcoiners are forced to defend Tether because everybody uses Tether as a weapon to attack Bitcoin. So we kind of got to look into it and defend it sometimes, plug your nose and defend it. But he told me that they were the only loans they ever do to crypto companies are 2x over collateralized loans with tier one assets like just Bitcoin. So the rumor was going around a year ago that because people look on chain and they see Tether Treasury sends $1 billion of USDT to Celsius. And then people who don't really understand what's going on look at that and say, Tether's printing money, giving it to Celsius. They're in bed with Celsius. They probably accepted Cell tokens as the collateral, or just it's an uncollateralized loan. And even like when the previous speaker said that sometimes you'll see $10 billion minted on chain, and like, where's that liquidity going? That's just a misunderstanding of how Tether's system operates. They actually have like a staging area where the tethers, like some tethers, get printed in advance of what they expect to be the market condition demand, so that they can have it like sitting in this unactivated pool of tether. And they may make $10 billion worth of tether, but they're not sent out to exchanges and activated until Binance or FTX or whatever gets wires from clients and sends it to Tether. Then they send them the tether. So a lot of times this happens where like the whale alert goes off, where Tether Treasury just minted $2 billion. It's Tether printing money again. No, it's just like the staging account where they've got it available to be activated when the demand comes. So to wrap
Would
this
you
up,
wrap this up, and then I want to ask your thoughts as well, Brad. Should anyone? We had one speaker, ring the alarm on Binance and thinking that Binance is not as, is not as clean as many of us expect. I would have never taken such a statement seriously until 2 days ago. So would love, once you wrap up on Tether, do you have any thoughts on Binance?
sure. But on the Tether situation, like they said that they didn't have any exposure to Celsius token or corporate paper of Celsius. They only had exposure to a loan to Celsius, 2x collateralized with BTC. And that was when Bitcoin price was about 40,000 or something like that. That would have been about 90,000 Bitcoin that Celsius took of client money and gave to Tether to get $1 billion worth of USDC. So Celsius was rehypothecating client money to take a loan, and then they took that USDT and they started doing DeFi, yield farming, and all this risky stuff. So Tether actually liquidated Celsius to the tune of about 45,000 Bitcoin, and that like the weekend in June where Three Arrows Capital went down, they got liquidated, and Celsius got liquidated. It was actually Tether had 45,000 Bitcoin and Celsius couldn't pay their bills. Remember, they were all trapped in DeFi with this massive state ETH position of 445,000 state ETH that they can't get liquidity on. They couldn't actually pay off their loans. So they were trying to pay down some of the loans, but on chain, everybody was watching the on chain loan. But then the day after, the price crashed to like, 220,000 or whatever. Tether announced we successfully liquidated our position with no negative exposure. And that is in line with what they had told me a couple months earlier. So, yeah, the biggest sell pressure was two major pools of Bitcoin getting sold. It was Celsius being liquidated by Tether because they only do 2x over collateralized loans, which is the responsible thing to do. And it was Luna selling the 90,000 Bitcoin or 80,000 Bitcoin or whatever it was in the LFG to defend selling it OTC to market makers were using it to try to defend UST and Luna. So that was a major event, and the same thing happened on that night. Somebody depegged, like by taking USDC and DAI out of the Curve 3 pool, they imbalanced the pool, so all that's left is basically a bunch of Tether. And the way these fungibility pools work in DeFi is it's supposed to provide grease to allow any token that's one-to-one pegged with the dollar, whether it's algorithmic like DAI or one-to-one backed like USDC or USDT. These DeFi pools are supposed to allow market operators that are dealing in the millions of dollars to be able to move in and out without having any impact of depegging this coin. And when they actually depeg the balance of the Curve pools and the LP pools and stuff, a small amount will cause major slippage. So that's what we saw the night that the Three Arrows went down. We saw that the night that Magic Internet Money depegged back in January. Anytime there's some sort of contagion event and fear in the crypto markets and DeFi, somebody's taking the position of like going short Tether, depegging and unbalancing the Curve pool, and then selling it and causing the depeg, making some money, causing panic. And it's not a risk of a sustained depeg because arbitrageurs who know what the hell they're doing and know what's going on will always come back and like put that back into balance, unless there's like some kind of systemic event where like the bond market explodes and Tether actually is exposed to like the US bond markets blowing up. That's the only kind of thing we have to worry about. And like the reason why I think Tether USDT is not so much of a risk compared to USDC is for the reason the previous speaker spoke about. Circle is playing ball with the regulators. Circle's basically bending over backwards, trying to be a good actor, playing with the U.S. regulators, engaging with like Congress and all of the people that regulate the banking system, so that they can try to compete with Tether, which I think is a good thing. Except, as we see, regulators, bankers, they have to obey the long arm of the U.S. law. So most likely the scenario that we're going to see happen, I think, which is a big risk that not many people in crypto and DeFi really pay attention to, which they should, especially after what just happened with FTX. If you have money in USDC, you have to worry that Circle is going to be forced to blacklist every single USDC token until you go through a KYC portal and get whitelisted. There's a global blacklist function on USDC. There's also a global blacklist function on USDT. Like we saw that Tether was able to freeze Alameda's USDT last night, about $40 million of it. They claim it's because the regulators were asking them to do it, but it could very well be just the same as CZ was like potentially making a game theory move to go after FTX because of some drama with them. You know, Alameda, it turns out, was the one who caused the depeg last night. Like, you can see on chain, it's in the tweet thread, where their wallet actually borrowed USDT from Aave and then dumped it where their pool was imbalanced and caused the depeg, and they probably profited off of shorting USDT last night. So you could see why Tether would be incentivized to freeze Alameda's USDT, because they're causing the depeg and they're going down.
Are you saying Alameda intentionally depegged USDT and profited from it yesterday?
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. You can see it all on chain. If you look in the thread, it's the fourth tweet in the thread. You can see Alameda's wallets. At least I didn't identify this. I took this from somebody else that looked through the chain the chain trails. I was going to say chemtrails, the chain trails. But Tether has the ability to freeze assets, and so does USDC. But Tether is like a pirate protocol in a way. They're operating outside of the US system. They purposely don't have exposure in the US because were driven away from the US, and they've grown to $80 billion of value outside of the US, where Circle grew to like $40 billion inside of the US and is 100% compliant with US. After this event, it's much more likely that Circle is going to be forced by the regulators to apply global blacklist to everybody in DeFi until they whitelist. Because you look at what they did with Tornado Cash, and it was mostly because Tornado Cash was being used by the people that exploit all the different hacks in DeFi. There's billions of dollars of stolen money that got washed and laundered through Tornado Cash. I'm one for like free markets and privacy, obviously, but the regulators are going to want to stop that. It's obvious. So they sanction Tornado Cash. Well, what are the hackers doing now? Whenever they steal money, they go into Curve. They deposit the stolen USDT and USDC into Curve, into that big three pool, because that is not sanctioned. How long is it going to be until the regulators kind of catch up and say, oh, well, we're just going to sanction Curve and we're going to tell USDC or Circle to apply global blacklist? I'm not saying that they're going to kill DeFi. All I'm saying is that it's going to become more regulated, and the risk is there that liquidity freezes up in DeFi. So why have your money sitting in these pools when the risk is there that you're going to be frozen until you like comply with these U.S. regulations? So it's just something people should be aware of. I think it's much bigger of a risk than Tether, and because Tether actually redeemed $15 billion of redemptions during May and June. And then they started growing because they lived through this big, huge stress event of Celsius and Luna collapsing and Three Arrows Capital collapsing, and they successfully processed 15 billion in redemptions. Then they started growing again. Over the last 3 months, they've added 5 billion. They're back up to 69 billion. Circle, on the other hand, is continually shrinking. So all the U.S. regulated funds and people who are using Circle are kind of like
exiting crypto and DeFi, you can see it like through their redemptions. It's a nonstop exit. It's just going down. Whereas Tether is gaining again more market share.
I haven't looked at Tether's market share for a while, but last I looked, Tether was losing. Losing shit. I can't even speak anymore. Was losing market share. Has that flipped?
Yeah, you look at the tweet thread, man. I put it in there. It's the third tweet. You can see that in May and June, Tether, everybody was panicking, obviously for good reason, and there was about $15 billion of redemptions. They went down from like 82 billion to like 63 billion in market cap, and then it went flat for a few weeks. Like I think it was July or August when people started to feel more confident again, and they started piling back into Tether. But then you compare that to Circle, it's been nothing but redemptions. They just keep losing market share because they're 100% going to be compliant with whatever the regulators say, whatever OFAC decrees, whereas Tether has the ability to kind of like step back from that and operate outside of the US. I'm not saying they're immune to the long arm of the US law. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that like from a game theory kind of like risk calculation, if you're a regulated fund in the US, you're going to want to use Circle. You're going to want to use USDT or USDC because they play ball with the regulators. But the risk is also greater that USDC is frozen until everybody does KYC checks and like whitelists themselves. And then you're in a situation where there's like compliant DeFi and then pirate protocols. And I don't think that the pirate protocols are going to have the liquidity from the whales if that happens.
Okay, that's a take that I didn't expect, and you went pretty deep in this. I'm just looking at I want to share quick news before I get your take on Binance. I think Simon's on stage as well. Just thought I'd share some news with the audience. Less than 10 minutes ago, White House says it will continue to monitor developments on crypto. Cryptocurrencies risk harming everyday Americans without proper oversight. Latest news underscore these concerns. White House would not comment on what action regulators should take on crypto. And there's another, talking about the devil, 8 minutes ago, Tether's CTO, Paolo, said that Tether does not have any plans to invest or lend money to FTX Alameda. Okay, that's good. There's more. There's another one. Voyager has. Yeah. Did you say thanks to you?
No, I was saying gangster move.
Okay, yeah.
You know.
True.
Mario, I was just going to say really quick, this is like 2 seconds, but the fact that kind of news, the White House press briefer and all that, the fact that it comes out right as prices are retesting the levels that they broke down from is hilarious to me. Because like on the chart side, there's always this kind of like retest of a key level lost from the bottom before.
How are they actually? Let's get a refresher on the charts. How are they looking, man?
Okay, so yeah, I'm a TA guy. For those of you who don't know me, I just look at charts more than news 99% of the time. Obviously, it's hard to ignore the news right now, but we spent like Bitcoin, for example, that you can extrapolate this to pretty much any altcoin or whatever. But Bitcoin spent above $18,000, call it $20,000, spent about 150 to 160 days above that, and then broke it hard as hell yesterday, which we all kind of witnessed in shock and awe. So it fell down to like 15,000, and then today rallied back to 17 or so. But this is where the rubber
did we hit? So did we hit 15 point something K? We went below 16, did we?
Yeah, I think it's different on several exchanges, but yeah, the couple that I was watching, yeah, we were down in there, and they rallied back, and this is what's important in my opinion. Like the kind of the lows don't really even matter right here, but everyone very quickly this morning, you wake up, you get your coffee, you look, you say, oh, everything rallied 25%, 50%, we're good, bottom's in, let's go, send it. But it's not necessarily that easy. When it comes to charts, you need to build a base of sorts, and then it's okay if you lose the level, just like we lost 20K. It's actually okay, but it's only okay if you come back to 20K and then start trending north a little bit. So just the fact that we're back to the level we broke down from is scary. Like it's kind of meaningless. We have to get above these levels that we broke down from and consolidate. And then at the same time, there's this saying that bottoms don't come in the middle of fear. Bear market bottoms form through like neglect and lack of interest. So I don't think we're going to actually do anything meaningful for months potentially.
Okay, so you're saying that is there any indicator that would change your mind if we break 20K again or 19K?
Yeah. So it's all kind of an odds, right? It's like sports betting. You kind of bet on the environment as you understand the information. And right now the odds are in the favor of the Bears because several check boxes have occurred. However, those odds change if we can get back above these key levels and hold. So the comma and hold is a big part. It's okay if we wick up there overnight or something. That's also meaningless, but you got to close a week, 2 weeks above this kind of 19 to 20K level. Because if that happens, this is kind of the bullish take, which again, is kind of this low percentage odds, but it's still there. You can't ignore it. If that happens, then you look at the sell volume that occurred over the last few days, you're not going to replicate that. So if the market could digest all those sellers and then just kind of shrug it off and move, it's a lot like the March 2020 sell off, which I think a lot of people would agree the fear in the room, you could almost taste it, much like that. So anyway, that's my
Look
take
at
on it.
okay, so while you're speaking, my team is like, I'm gonna read out exactly what my team said. Jesus fuck, can the news stop breaking? I can't even get a tweet before another story breaks. This will flood your feed. Make it all a thread? Yes, make a thread. Let me read out to you guys just in the last couple of minutes. I'll get Simon's thoughts. But just quickly, Voyager has yet to transfer assets to FTX following the sale. That's one. Tether CTO I mentioned. U.S. Senate Banking Committee Chair Brown says it is. Man, regulators are gonna fuck us so bad. It's gonna be insane. Next 2 years are gonna be crazy. We've been talking about regulators since 2017. We'll enjoy the next couple of years, next few years. Quote, it is crucial that our financial watchdogs look into what led to FTX's collapse so we can fully understand the misconduct and abuse that took place. Now, Senate banking, then he says, he is, quote, committed to finding the best path forward to protect consumers and the stability of the US markets and banking system. And that's referring to the following the FTX collapse.
Yeah, Mario, like think of the headline that we saw, what was it, yesterday, where it said teachers' retirement liquidated from crypto bet or something like that, something to that effect. That headline alone has screwed us for months or years. Like that sucks.
We just got big enough for regulators to start really paying attention. Simon, do you actually, Simon, I got before, other than getting your thoughts, I've got a serious question for you, a selfish one. What about us VCs? People like us that invested in all, and you can be as direct as you like. I'm pretty chill. But what can we expect with all the portfolio companies? Do you see, like, my thought is we're gonna see 90 whatever percent die as always, and then projects that are actually building something where there's actually a reason for them to exist, a game that will have players play it, or a metaverse that will have users get into it, because I'm big in decentralized gaming in the metaverse, will flourish, but that will obviously take a lot longer than we expected 3 days ago. What's your take, Simon?
Yeah, so I've been, these events always create consolidation, and so consolidation always creates opportunity for those that have been operating and preparing for bear markets. Obviously, if your business model relies upon a token continually going up, then you get the most distress during these times if you're dependent upon that token. So full disclosure, you were talking about the stables. So I'm a shareholder in Tether, Circle, which is USDC, and Coinbase, which was a partnership for USDC. And Brad, there was one slight thing you may not know, but Tether is actually a US registered FinCEN MSB. So I know USDC operates slightly differently, but it's definitely not immune to some of the challenges. And if you don't comply with those, then you're gonna create some issues. So
Simon,
yeah.
I agree with you for sure. Like I was just trying to get out as much as I could without trying to
Yeah.
hog the space and ramble too much. But do you disagree with the assessment I made? Do you think anything I said was kind of off except for that? Like in terms of the risks of USDT kind of getting locked versus USDC getting locked and complying with like a whitelisting process? Do you
No,
think that
definitely.
is
So there's a cat and mouse game there, and being on both sides of the fence, like as a shareholder in like Coinbase and Circle, and also shareholder in the companies that they're ideologically different. So as a shareholder in Bitfinex, they came from a very Bitcoin type of mindset, having known those companies from really early on. And so you know that Bitfinex has done a lot to try and support it, Bitcoin and Lightning and that type of adoption. And then obviously they, at one stage, like actually the whole leverage market was created by Phil Potter at Bitfinex. So the original debt market was a really innovative thing where there's people that wanted to short Bitcoin and there's people that wanted to receive yield. So they did the best market, which still hasn't caused these types of issues because it was a peer-to-peer order matching book. That got them issues with the CFTC when they were trying to do it in the US. And then they had to remove Phil Potter from the board, who invented the product, who was a Wall Street guy, because the US was using the fact that he was resident in New York in order to try and gain jurisdiction. So that was like the background behind that. And Bitfinex is peer-to-peer order matching for those that want to, pay interest to short versus with those that wanted to receive yield. Has still not broken. It works incredibly well because it's done off pure order matching. And so, it's only when they stop, people try to put a user interface. So one of the companies we invested in was a company called BSave, and they tried to do what, they tried to create a savings account that obfuscated the complexity of the Bitfinex order book. And they put a user experience on top of it that made people feel like it was a savings account. When the Bitfinex hack happened, they couldn't explain to all their customers because no one understood that it wasn't a savings account. It was actually, a risk play. And so the user experience improvement is what tends to lead to people not understanding the risks. And so just like with security, or, to be very secure and do self-custody, you have a user experience trade-off. It's the same with compliance. In order to try and get a nice user experience, you have to obfuscate some of the transparency around these products. But then getting back to that market still works, and then that company actually became distressed and was acquired by Celsius as the original user base. And obviously Salt got slapped by the SEC early for doing the token, and then they had to do years and years of license applications that lead to this moment now. But yeah, the Tether certainly, although it is a FinCEN registered MSB, it has the ability, by sitting outside the US, to fight. Whereas when you're sat inside the US, not many people are going to do what Ripple Labs did and take on. Well, in this case, it's not the SEC, it's OFAC. But yeah, you definitely got a different level of risk, and it's like we when in our business at Bank to the Future, we had to separate. So when people invest in a security in the US, they go via a US broker dealer. But our customers don't like going via a US broker dealer because people outside the US want to separate their exposure from the US. And so there's kind of like this, there's always this pro and con. And so USDC has its use case, like you said, which is deeply intertwined with the US agenda that comes with the full protections of those that are paying tax in the US for regulators to step in. And then Tether comes with a different type of thing, which is more ability to push back against some of the things or in the US agenda. But then that adds the extra layer of risk that you're fighting the established power, and that comes with the complications there as well.
Cool. I want to get Andrew's thoughts. I know the space is coming to a close end, and I don't want to go too overtime like we did 2 days ago. Andrew, what's your take on everything, man? I appreciate you joining. And I do want to mention, I didn't mention that earlier. It was like 5 minutes ago. My team sent it. FTX US. So I'm talking about FTX US, which was thought to be immune from everything. Says that trading may be halted on FTX US in a few days, but withdrawals are and will remain open. So FTX US could halt trading, but not withdrawals. Andrew, mic is yours, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's been like 24 things I've wanted to track today, and the only thing I've really successfully been able to stay on top of are these withdrawals from FTX. It started around 11:30 noon. We saw a couple really big money withdrawals, multi-million dollars, and then it started to peter off. Six figures, then five figures, and then for the past hour or so, it was really what appeared to be one person withdrawing amounts under $5,000 to various addresses, although in many cases to the same addresses. And for the majority of retail users right now, withdrawals aren't available. And it's just been the strangest thing to watch. And there's a lot of speculation going around about who these people could be, and are they employees who've been allowed to take out their salary? Are they, the friends and family trying to get out before the door closes? But in aggregate, there's been $22 million withdrawn from FTX in the past 24 hours. During a 1 hour period that peaked around $8.2 million. That was around noon EST. And I was just writing a tweet. It's actually started to pick up again. We just had $200,000 withdrawn to an ETH address, 75,000 sent to Binance. And while the majority of these have been in USDC, we're starting to see random shitcoins are getting withdrawn now. Somebody managed to take out about 200,000 in IMX, Mutable X, half sent to Binance, half sent to some random ETH address. But yeah, that's just one of the things I'm trying to track today. I do want to toss out there, though. I heard, I was listening in the rumor that Alameda is involved in shorting Tether. As far as I can tell, that's not 100% confirmed to be an Alameda address. The one that was making the rounds on Twitter, they took out a few $1 million in loans from Aave and switched over to USDC, helping to imbalance that already very strained curve pool. But like I said, as far as I can tell, there's good reason. Like, some people want to speculate that it's Alameda. This address was heavily involved in Stargate. They've interacted with FTX in the past, but our attributions team hasn't tagged them as Alameda. And I'm not convinced that that's them.
So Jason Choi, who's the one that broke, at least is the one that I got the information from regarding the withdrawals. He just tweeted 46 seconds ago, just confirmed that withdrawals are not prioritized by order. First come, first serve. Could it just be that they're, whatever assets they have left, they're opening up withdrawals? Or could there be some deal in the back end that's going on?
Hey, Mario, can I suggest something while you answer that question? But David Adler's here, and he's a bankruptcy lawyer. He might be able to answer you on some of the implications of these.
That was my next question. That was exactly my next question. What's his username?
I can see him, David Adler. David, do you want to raise your hands?
Adler, yeah. Even if he raises his hands, it's kind of David Adler. Is that his name? Is it with glasses and a beautiful white shirt? Is that his profile picture?
Yeah, looking like a lawyer.
Yep, like a very friendly lawyer, though.
Friendly lawyer.
Yeah, we have all this market uncertainty, but we know it's a bull market for the bankruptcy lawyers. So
congrats to David. David, we brought you here to congratulate you, man. Your bull run is just getting warmed up. So just wanna applaud you and wish you all the best for the next 6 months. You there, David?
You're muted, David.
Sorry. Hi, everyone.
I thought you didn't like my humor. David, pleasure to have you. I'm glad. How serious? That was my next question. How serious is this for Sam? Again, the concept of criminal investigation is not too far-fetched, but this shit just keeps making it seem worse and worse.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's god awful, in the sense that there's so many different levels to this, and as someone said before, the story just keeps getting more and more worse by the hour. So right, we have FTX and we have all sorts of statements by them over the years talking about what they've done to protect their customers. I was just looking when this space was going on. I was looking at testimony of SBF, a prepared testimony before the Senate Banking Committee about what they do to protect their customers. Obviously, that's all down the drain. The interaction between SBF and Alameda is it looks pretty bad here. Obviously, you've seen things flash up on Twitter and on other news sources that there are, investigations going on right now by various governmental agencies. I mean, in a nutshell, it looks really bad. I mean, that's really the only way I can say it. In some ways, I looked at this last night and I was thinking this is a Lehman moment. For those of you who were around during Lehman, because I was concerned, and it hasn't happened yet, that there really was going to be a contagion. And I don't know how the regulators and the government would react to a widespread, contagion that goes across all the different cryptos, whether there would be some type of proposal that comes out to sort of bail out some people and not bail out others. I think if we're going to look at some silver lining here, is the amount of loss at FTX looks to be so staggering that ultimately will probably lead to some type of insurance in the industry, which is what has been needed for a very long time.
Hey, David, let me ask you a few questions.
Yeah.
What's the so the FTX signed a binding agreement to acquire Voyager. What's the consequence there if they go into bankruptcy?
So I'm assuming they can reject that contract. The one
Let's
thing,
say it's binding.
Even if it's binding, I mean, the whole point of bankruptcy is to get rid of onerous contracts. You can reject it and have a claim for damages. So Voyager or the estate of Voyager can stand in line for, for recovery of its damage claim. I guess the other side of the equation is what's going to happen to Voyager if this contract is rejected by FTX. I guess they're back up on the block for sale. And I'm not involved directly in Voyager, but I did speak to some people who told me that there were other competing bids that were floating around in Voyager. Some of them actually sounded very intriguing. I imagine some of those bidders might come back if the events of the last 48 hours haven't, still provides them with the liquidity to come into, and to purchase Voyager. But I mean, the one thing
creditors were about to vote, or they're currently voting on FTX's proposal.
So I guess there's going to be, I mean, that raises a good question, because it looks to me like the disclosure statement, which was approved by the bankruptcy court and which accompanies the ballot for voting, it looks to me like the disclosure statement needs to be updated a little bit to, talk about other risk factors that might be present, in voting or not. In some ways, it doesn't really matter. I mean, because if they vote yes, it's probably not going to go through, and if they vote no, in some ways it's better to vote yes, because at least you have your claim against FTX if they can't go through with the
What was
the
the
deal.
what was the acquisition? How much was it for?
I actually don't know the answer to that. Do you,
I can tell
Simon?
you. So yeah, they locked in a 72% haircut on people's crypto. So they dollarized and then paid in kind. So if you had one Bitcoin, then you'd receive 0.72 Bitcoin. But the 0.2 was contingent upon you signing up to FTX, and then they give you an additional $50 if you put your funds over to.
And what was the
FTX.
what was the total
And then
total
they
amount?
only paid 51 million basically. So 51 million 50 million consisted of a million customers that get $50 each potential. The rest was cash that went to the additional 2%. And then essentially it was just like a Chapter 7 liquidation.
Right.
In the end, basically.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, to be fair, like it wasn't too bad. There was a $600 million hole, so $1.8 billion of liabilities that they owed their customers on about $1.3 billion, and it was just the 3AC.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Right. I mean, so right with Voyager, the most of the hole was created because of 3AC.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, so and we don't know what the recoveries ultimately will be, if any, from 3AC. I'm
And that
assuming
was given to creditors. So yeah.
Right. So, yeah, that deal is completely up in the air. I mean, it's not going to go through. Obviously, I don't think I'm telling tales out of school, but that deal is dead. So it's going to be back to the drawing board. There's going to be a lot of legal expense on this thing.
But
That's
it's
really for nothing.
it's a very small piece of a much bigger problem that we'll be
Yes.
facing over the next few months. Like how ugly do you think it could get? And I know it's all of us are just trying to guess from the limited information we have. But how ugly could it get before things get better? And the next question that goes to all panelists, not just David, could we see a bigger event, a bigger catalyst to FTX's collapse? We didn't think we could after Luna, and then Three Arrows, and here we are.
There's only two. There's only two more.
Right.
There's Binance and
uh,
USDT. Is there anything else?
That's it. Yeah. You
Right.
can't get bigger than. So FTX is. I do believe. I do believe that Celsius was the northern. The northern rock after. Being exposed to mortgage-backed securities and then exposing the issues, if we're using that analogy, and then FTX is the Lehman's. But then after Lehman's, you had Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And those were the monsters that needed the government bailout. And you could say USDT and Binance, if Binance is another flywheel business dependent upon a token.
Right.
And if USDT gets the it's an opportunistic opportunity for the DOJ to try and attack what they would love to attack, because it's the biggest threat to the dollar that exists today other than China.
I agree.
I would add to that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, David.
I was just going to say I agree completely with Simon, and I was going to say that what I would look for is, if the if the peg is broken between USDT or USDC, I mean, Simon actually made a very good analogy to Freddie and Fannie. That's when the shit hits the fan. Is if that happens. I mean, right now we're just dealing with a very, very large player that's gone under. But if the bridge between crypto and fiat is broken, then all hell breaks loose.
And
Does
But
anyone?
it's not. It is still backed by. The most important thing is it is backed by the cash and cash equivalents. Because then, even if you unwind, it's just a question of everyone getting, taking out those very cash equivalent assets, turn them into cash, and everyone getting them back. So it's not a Luna. You can't. It's not money. It doesn't just disappear. As long as the cash and cash equivalents are there, then the DPEG should be pretty meaningless.
Does anyone? I have a question. Just other than stables, and we've kind of gone deep, and I'll go to Brad for this one first. But Brad, I'll let you make your point, and if you can comment, or anyone can bring light. Is there anything we should be concerned? And now I'm happy to hear rumors for the first time ever on the show, just because rumors about FTX turned out to be true. So fuck it, I'm not gonna be a rumor hater for once. Is there anything that could be concerning about Binance? Brad, do you want to kick it off?
Well, I was actually going to ask Andrew about stats. I was wondering if he knows how much USDC versus USDT is currently deployed in DeFi. Like, if you have a stat handy, is there like $40 billion worth of USDC and like 10 billion of USDT? I'm just curious what the makeup of stablecoins in DeFi is.
Yeah, I can look that up pretty fast. The short answer is that if USDT goes down, it's going to cause a lot of systemic problems. Like if 3Pool in particular, that's used in urine vaults, you can collateralize 3Pool deposits all kinds of places. And so USDT goes down, that hurts the actual Tether deposits at places like Aave, obviously. But then the ways this thing's like collateralized and rehypothecated all over the place, that's going to be a big problem too. But I'll get you that number in a second.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because I disagree with Simon a little bit there. I don't think it's Tether that's the big risk. I think it's the sort of like bankers enforcing the travel rule and like OFAC enforcing the like the AML rules and applying global blacklist on USDC, which would cause the same thing that we saw in 2008 that really
you know, and in the 1920s or whatever, when liquidity dries up, that's when everything craters and goes to zero, and when the bids just disappear. When like that will break Aave's engine. Like all these DeFi protocols will be left with bad debt. If everything freezes up and there's still tens of billions of USDC that are being used in Yearn and Aave and Curve and Compound and all these different DeFi pools, and they're all forced to sort of like freeze up, I think that's a more likely risk than Tether going down causing problems. I think it's actually
Also,
just
what
regulators coming in and enforcing it.
I
Tether
agree.
just announced that
Tether
they
going down is just the government achieving that goal, because as long as it can process dollars and is backed by cash and cash equivalents, then Tether going down is pretty meaningless, because it just creates an arb trade where you can get your dollars. So going down means that the government deliberately manages to succeed at that goal with a centralized company.
there was a report that the Tether froze the FTX funds, that the government had them freeze them. So the same thing that you mentioned, Brad, about USDC just happened with Tether.
Yeah, so FinCEN MSB, so they have to adhere to all of the same AML policies.
So what I'm getting at though is that because most of the funds that participated, like Andreessen Horowitz and all of these big, huge funds, they are all either domiciled or directly connected to the United States. So they've been using USDC because it is more safe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the people that are using USDT are not the big, huge Silicon Valley venture capitalist firms that are providing liquidity and doing all this stuff in DeFi. So I just, maybe Andrew can tell me that I'm wrong, but I believe that the most significant amount of stablecoin liquidity is actually USDC on DeFi, not USDT.
Yeah, Tether got, when it was just a real low liquidity in 2015, when it was real low liquidity and no one would use it. It got its original volume from exchanges that couldn't get banking. So Binance was like its major breaking point when it became useful, and then it became a medium of exchange in China, where people just wanted to send around dollars, and those were like the original use cases. With USDC, it certainly culturally went straight into it got its traction around the DeFi era. And when you speak to any DeFis, maybe there's people in this room that could attest to it, most of them use USDC over USDT. Is that correct? That's how it feels to me anyway. I'm just pulling that out of my ass just from how it feels.
That's the whole thing that I was saying, that the real risk that nobody's really talking about, just the same way I was kind of like ringing the alarm for Celsius and Luna and to some extent 3AC and Alameda, was like, you guys have to pay attention to this risk of the regulators coming in and applying OFAC, FATF regulations, whatever, like on Circle, because they are the most compliant and they're the most used in DeFi. And it's hilarious because it just shows that significant majority of DeFi is just LARPing as decentralized finance when it's all backed by centralized entities providing liquidity in these gray markets that at a flick of a switch they can all be turned off and the liquidity can just freeze right up, where it's less likely that the regulators will be able to force a major systemic event on Tether because they've already taken steps to sort of like isolate themselves from the long arm of the US law. I'm not saying they're immune. I'm just saying that the close risk is actually USDC being forced to like apply current regulations in the DeFi ecosystem, and they can just do it with a flick of a switch.
But why would they do? But why would they do that if liquidity could just go to USDT or BUSD?
Tax and AML.
Well, I'm not saying, again, I'm not trying to say that would just be DeFi's done and it will never recover or anything like that. I'm just saying the current narrative that's being sort of believed by most participants in DeFi is that like, oh, FTX going down is actually good for DeFi. Like I've seen so many takes from Susquehanna and like all these VCs and all these traders saying like, this is why we have DeFi. And they're not realizing that DeFi was propped up this whole time by all this fraud. And it's backed by people who have to. They're not going to choose to go to jail. Like if the regulators tell them to like freeze everything and withdraw their money, they're not going to say no. They're not like cypherpunks that are like
trying to build anonymous technology. They're all public. Like Uniswap uses a commercial license for V3. These like DAI is actually like buying treasuries and working with Coinbase now to manage their treasury. Like this stuff is like mostly LARPing as decentralized, and that's the bigger risk is the regulators actually, now that this has come out and this systemic thing has spilled over, the real risk is that like the regulators, like one of the speakers said earlier, I think it was David, that they take an even quicker path to coming and stomping all this stuff out. And the easiest path is to go to BitGo and go to USDC because they hold all the keys for all that, sovereign money that you're holding in your MetaMask. You're actually just like holding someone else's dollars in someone else's bank account or someone else's Bitcoin. Like BitGo owns the 200 and some thousand Bitcoin. They have the keys for that. They can BitGo or USDC can easily be kind of like frozen up.
David?
Yeah, I wanted to return to a topic that I heard about earlier that there was some discussion on, and see if I get it right and gauge everyone's reaction to it. There was a discussion about how the tokenization of these companies has led to, the problems that we're seeing, like in the market right now with FTX, Celsius, etc. And there was a debate going back and forth about whether it really was part of the problem. This is what I wanted to say. Now, I may be wrong on this, but if we were to pull up a balance sheet of Celsius in February of this year, when we looked at the asset sections, the asset portion of the balance sheet, would it show the sell tokens that were in treasury, or was that down in the equity part of the balance sheet?
I think it was mark to market as an asset.
Okay, so there's a big difference, right? Between if you sell securities to the market, right? Whatever securities you hold in treasury go down in the equity section of the balance sheet. Whereas if you have a token that you've issued, okay, you're marking it to market on the asset side of the balance sheet.
Okay, yeah, I need to check that again, but yeah.
I mean, that's a big difference because that then gives Mashinsky the ability to say, hey, we have $2 billion of equity, blah, 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 because it's on the asset side, right? And, they're I mean, it creates problems, I think, if you treat a token like a security, okay, it should not be reflected, I don't think, in the balance sheet except under like treasury stock, okay? And if you have a token that you're now your own native token, that all of a sudden you've started to list in the asset column, it gives you every incentive, right, to prop that price up artificially to inflate the assets on your balance sheet, which I don't think would happen in a typical, if you say Coca-Cola, whatever treasury stock it's holding is not reflected as an asset.
Yeah, that is actually probably the solution you got there, David. I think that's a really profound thing, but probably the most boring conversation we could ever have. But
yeah,
okay. I wanted to say that because that was my own 2 cents on the debate going back and forth about whether tokenization somehow impacted what we're seeing now, and that's what I thought of.
Guys, I want to end it with the question I had earlier, and I'm not sure if anyone can comment on this, or anyone has any thoughts, but just Binance, should we ask questions regarding Binance? They've got a lot of liquidity. I just don't think they took the leverage that other exchanges have taken. Should we even be concerned about Binance? That's number one. And number two, all the other exchanges, that's probably my bigger concern, especially since a lot of our portfolio companies are listed on those exchanges. Any thoughts or any insight into this by anyone?
Briefly, I think, and then I'll yield the floor. But on Binance, the big thing for them, the big thing going in their favor is they've survived a bear market and they've done it really, really eloquently. So they do a good job of managing themselves both through the bull market, but also through the bear market as well. And this is not their first rodeo. So I think they know what they're doing. And then on top of that, the balance sheets that we could see, which is, the on-chain stuff, looks really healthy. It's healthier than just about every other exchange out there. Or I think it is the number one with respect to the assets on-chain. But the last thing I want to leave everybody with, just as a thought, there's a lot of smart people up here, and collectively, it's, a million IQ in the pool. But we're talking about kind of worst case scenarios and like how could things get worse, and there's talks about depegs and this and that. For me, a bear market bottom, like kind of the worst case scenario, is not about like the depegs and the this and the that. It's how do you scare the guy who likes chicken wings and bowling into selling his Bitcoin? You know what I mean? It's the headlines that grab his attention. We're talking about the same group that bought $500,000 rock JPEGs during the peak of the bull run, right? So these are the guys you're trying to shake out of their positions. When I say we, the whales in the room or whatever. So to do that, I think there's kind of been this like the Grim Reaper meme where he goes door to door and like there's like blood coming out. We've seen this with 3AC, with Do Kwon, with Novogratz, with Sam, and there's kind of one more big name that you still see in the headlines where something hasn't happened or there hasn't been a scary situation. And for me, that's Mr. Saylor. So that's what I'm keeping my eyes peeled for. It's just something to happen with respect to that and all the Bitcoin he has.
Do you agree, Trevor? Yeah, thanks, bro. I appreciate you coming here. Trevor, I saw you put the 100 emoji. Do you agree with Michael Saylor being a concern?
I mean, I think definitely if
he's
Bitcoin
put up a
goes
lot more collateral. Yeah, but isn't it like the 3,500 mark now? He's put up a lot more collateral, hasn't he?
I haven't seen what he's done in the last like 24, 48 hours, but I think if Bitcoin goes below 13K, I think is the target number that he would have to capitulate. But I don't know that it will go that low. I mean, I don't know if I believe the JP Morgan report that was mentioned earlier. It seems a little bit like a lot would have to happen for it to go. There's a ton of fear and emotion in the market right now, and I don't see how there's not an overreaction unless like there's some significant like fall is going to happen in the future.
Yeah, I take the other side of that. I think Saylor and Bukele will look like the smartest people in the room in 4 years from now.
And why do you say that?
Well, they implemented a company Bitcoin standard and a country Bitcoin standard, and they look like idiots in the bear market, like we all do. And then if you get through the 4-year cycle, then people look back and say, "Wow, that was one of the best moves you ever made." I'd say that. I think you're going to see the same again.
Does anyone know what price Bitcoin needs to hit? Okay, there we go. That's okay. I'm just having a look what price Bitcoin needs to hit for Saylor to get a margin call. If the price of Bitcoin falls below 3,562, the company could post some other collateral. That was a tweet by Saylor in May of this year. So let me have a look.
Yeah,
that's yeah.
My only thing with Saylor is, that a bad. There was a quarterly report came out that showed a $1 billion markdown, or it wasn't necessarily a loss, but it was a decrease in worth about $1 billion. Yeah, right, and suddenly he gave up the CEO position. So there's something there. I don't know that it's like worth being upset about or worried about or whatever, but it's something I'm keeping my eye on for sure.
No, yeah, if that happened, that would be very, very negative.
Yeah. The U.S. Justice Department regulators have now contacted Binance. It's official, which is not surprising, but just so fucking fast. But any other? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just in terms of like actually having money in the bank, Binance is fine. Over the past 7 days, they've had net inflows of 646 million. And everybody else is seeing a run on the bank. OKX.
Hold on, they've seen. Are you saying Binance saw a net inflow in the past 24 hours?
In the past 7 days, they're up $500 million, and they've had inflows of 42.3 billion and outflows of 41.7. But that's still a net inflow. Meanwhile, some of these smaller exchanges, OKX is down 752 million over a 7-day period. KuCoin is down 302 million, and those are big numbers.
So KuCoin is down how much?
KuCoin is down 302 million over. That's in net inflow outflow over a 7-day period, and OKX is down 752 million.
And they're the ones that, sorry for speculation, but are most likely to have.
I'm hearing a lot about
that they're using for other stuff that they're not meant to be using it for.
I'm
Yeah.
hearing a lot about KuCoin. I wish someone could validate what I'm hearing, but yeah, KuCoin is one that a lot of people seem to be concerned about.
Quick thing to add, Mario, too, on the BNB comment. It can't go unsaid that their platform coin BNB, it's in a moonshot versus Bitcoin. So there's very few things that are outperforming Bitcoin, especially in a bear market. But BNB is.
So you
And
mentioned Andrew, you mentioned KuCoin and OKX down 300, 700 million. Do you have any other exchange numbers?
Yeah, we have a full list on Nonsen if you look at our exchange flows dashboard. But I'll take a quick screenshot and tweet it.
Yeah, if you can. Oh, if you could
readers.
tweet it, yeah, please. If you could tweet it and pin it above, it would be great. I'd love to, and if you could put the link there as well, I'd love to check it out and keep watching that. But that's. And is Binance, like you're saying, the net outflows of Binance in the last 48 hours? I'm guessing the last 48 hours had a net outflows. It's just a guess.
No, Binance. Well, let me check their 24 hours because they might be down on the daily. No, they're up on the daily. And the reason why is because they published those proof of reserves, and we put together a portfolio of all the addresses they listed, and it totaled up 69 billion. So while there might be some serious regulatory risk for Binance, just based on the on-chain data, they look like one of the healthiest exchanges out there.
That's really encouraging. I also just pinned to the top before Brad's the 13K number with respect to Sailor's capitulation.
What's the number?
13,961.
Yep.
13. So if it hits below 14K, Sailor would capitulate.
It says firm equity
would
is 0.
The rest of the market, by the way, because that would put you below October 2020's higher
No,
high
it says
on the monthly.
it says 3,500.
Yeah, that's the latest.
Sailor himself gave the number of 3,000, but this guy is saying that that's not the case.
Would you like to hear a scenario that gets us to that 3,000 number? It's like a doomsday scenario.
But we don't even need to get to that number based on what Trevor said, because if 3,000, if we get to $3,000, Michael Saylor is the least of my concerns. But my like Trevor,
we were there though for COVID. We hit.
I mean,
3,000.
people are assuming that
that's
Michael
crazy.
telling the truth. Like,
we hit 3,000 in COVID, so we've been there.
Jesus,
so the last time the indexes, the last time we had a pandemic, okay, so this is going back to the 1920s. It's very eerie, but something very similar happened to what is happening right now. Like right as the pandemic was announced, all markets tanked. Then there was money printed. Everything went into a moonshot. We had a face melting bull run, and then there was a sell off from the bull run, and it got worse and worse and worse, and it retraced the pandemic lows. And it looks very similar to the stuff we see now, which would be horrific. So we're talking about the traditional markets, we're talking about crypto, we're talking about everything going back to March 2020 as a scenario of like a doomsday scenario.
Yeah, but also the other side to that, if you zoom out on the stock market that you were just referring to, other than Japan, every stock market recovered.
Oh yeah, it's not a matter of will it recover after that. It's a matter of how are these different businesses leveraged up. And that's my beef with Sailor is the L word, it's leverage.
Okay, so someone from FTX just tweeted about the withdrawals. I just retweeted it now. That was 35 minutes ago. So if you want to check it out, I'm not sure if that explains the withdrawals, but I've just retweeted something from an FTX. But it's not FTX that tweeted it. It's former head of institutional sales at FTX, former. So I probably changed it recently. So an ex-employee and director at Bitfinex. I don't get it, guys. You could check out the tweet. But I see Brad and Sanji will go ahead. Sanji, go ahead, Brad.
Sanji can go. He was waiting for a while.
Oh, shit. All right, Sanji, go ahead, man.
All right, a question from Mr. Andrew. I found something similar to what you said about. I'm sorry, I'm gathering my thoughts here.
While you're gathering your thoughts, I'll let you gather your thoughts, Andrew. Yeah, if you when you pin that tweet, Andrew, please do let us know as well. I really want to see.
I put it up there.
Oh, sick. All right, I'm going to check it out. So everyone listening, you can check Andrew's tweet about net inflows and outflows at various exchanges. But yeah, go ahead, Sanji.
Okay, I found something similar happening with Celsius, with small withdrawals from Amadea FTX wallets. Do you think that something similar might be happening in regards to Sam getting his friends out of FTX?
I mean, it's definitely possible. Like right now, we have a plausible explanation. FTX just posted that because they're headquartered in the Bahamas, they apparently had some agreement where they have to give priority to letting Bahaman residents withdraw. And just based on the like size of the funds, that it seems very plausible. It's not, but then again, based off of the sheer amount of deception we've seen from this guy, like it wouldn't shock me if there's some cronyism at work and he's letting his friends and family get out. Like it's tough to tell based off of the on-chain data, is what I can say.
Yeah, that's
sorry, go ahead, Sanji.
Yeah, I was going to say I really doubt that because Sam would have seen everything that happened in the Celsius case because it was so obviously if he had all this stuff going on, he would have been watching everything. Like everybody that's been involved in any of these knows that if you do insider withdrawals before these events, it can lead to you having to pay back the dollarized value before the crash. It can also lead to you having a criminal investigation. It's a really, really bad idea. Letting insiders withdraw during this phase.
It just sounds exactly like he's based in San Francisco, guys. So I just wouldn't see him.
I'd get it like in the Alex Muzinski days when no one had seen like a crypto chapter 11 or didn't follow it closely and thought you could get away with it. But at this stage,
what happened with Alex? He was just withdrawing because I heard it briefly. I think it was a recording someone posted of you and him speaking or a tweet. But essentially, he was withdrawing just before declaring bankruptcy or after declaring bankruptcy. Him and his wife.
About 3 weeks beforehand, like in late May, he was taking large withdrawals, and then again a little bit to a lesser extent in the early days in June. The pause when they froze the withdrawals was June 12th, I believe.
On the same day that he called me and told me to invest more of our clients' retirement funds in Celsius.
Is he still based in the US?
To the best of my knowledge, he's still here.
Yeah.
That takes balls.
They're letting us get through the auction process to give investors a potential recovery, and then they come down hard, basically.
That takes balls. Chris, I saw you mention something about. Let me see what you said. Both Binance have to take massive hits. Okay, so you're just talking about Tether.
I was fucking with you. Please, please, please do not read that out loud. That is your doomsday scenario, but Brad makes me feel a lot more comfortable based on his outlook on Tether, because I've always argued this as well. You've had like all the way back to like the Dr. J days where you just have people shitting on this market, I guess, because of what I think is in some instances jealousy or hypocrisy. But with Tether, it's always been this conversation where like there's no way they're not somewhat solvent. Even in a worst case scenario, I imagine like 75% or greater, right? And so my thought process that everybody always shits on Tether is basically, like I said, however, if I'm wrong, if Brad's wrong, if somehow we are wrong and Tether actually was less solvent, let's say they were 60% solvent or 50% solvent, and that would affect Binance to such a great degree, you'd get your black swan event. And how beautiful would that be for Gary Gensler, right? He's like, hey, I get this guy over here to knock this guy down, and then I get to open up all these cases. And if we could turn over a leaf on Tether, we could actually cripple this other exchange simultaneously, which would just be insane. But Brad, you make me feel way more confident. Thank you.
Guys, just quickly,
they've been attacked so hard that in a time when they were a lot smaller, that this is the most scrutinized cryptocurrency out there. Like the attacks on Tether and the scrutiny on Tether was, it's so hard. And it was in that time when they got their banking shut down, and then they had to find another bank. And then obviously they ended up with Crypto Capital, which was an illegal shadow bank. And then that led to a hole, and then they did the recovery plan in 2019. But they've been scrutinized so much that...
didn't the feds even have their money? Didn't they have like hundreds of millions of
Yeah,
dollars?
the hole was because the government seized the capital from their bank account as a result of an illegal shadow bank that they had to use in order to try and process withdrawals, because all the Taiwanese banks shut down their banking when Wells Fargo did an attack on it.
Right, but my point was, didn't the feds give it back to them, less some penalty?
No, they're still
like that?
they're still seized. So they launched the Leo token and raised $1 billion in 2 weeks to fill the hole.
That's right. Okay.
And
Guys,
that was interesting one, because
also-
it gave them entitlement to some of the recovery funds. And then this year we obviously had the DOJ found a big chunk of the Bitcoin that was hacked.
I want to go to Andrew quickly. Andrew, I'm just looking at the numbers, man. Kraken, 233 million. OKX, the biggest at 700 million. These numbers are...
These are net outflows, yeah?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. So everyone has net outflows. Let me know if the numbers are wrong, Andrew. But everything's in the red except Binance, because Binance is not on your screenshot. So I'm assuming Binance is the only one that's in the green.
I got a second photo there, so if you click over, you can see the ones that are in the green. Nobody's in the green significantly except for Binance and Crypto.com. But yeah, some of these outflows, especially when you consider it as a portion of their total activity and volume, they're very big numbers. And so...
But who's putting money in exchange? Why? This is the bit that drove me nuts when I came on. Was it yesterday or the day before? People are just going from one exchange to another. Maybe they just haven't ordered their Trezor yet. But this is not the time to be putting money on one exchange to another.
This is crazy. Yeah. Like I long term, okay. If it's net inflows for this month in 2 weeks, that would make sense. But to have net inflows for the last 24 hours and the last 7 days for Binance and such huge numbers is insane. I'm seeing some random exchanges that have, like, why the hell does BitCub and MyCoin and High Dollar and Bitflyer and Paribu, BitHump, why do they have net inflows? Am I missing something?
That's all wash trading.
Oh, okay.
It's also ways to get out without KYC. Like, there's rumors that KuCoin is insolvent, and they were one of the biggest places that you can go and get out without any KYC, like 2 Bitcoin a day withdrawal limits. So people are starting to be worried that...
No, but KuCoin's net outflows, bro. KuCoin is one of the worst.
I mean. People are leaving KuCoin and going to these other ones that allow you to do anonymous withdrawals.
Come on, people! Now is the time to figure out cold storage. Now is the time.
What's cold storage? What do you mean by cold storage, Simon?
Well, just
I'm joking, bro. I'm joking.
No, but maybe some people don't know this. So
yeah, I'll let you explain it again. Do so.
Our industry was created to solve the problem of not being able to own your own money, spend your own money, and having a hyper, a deflationary currency. So you're benefiting from the deflationary side long term, but the two major benefits is that you get to own your own money and spend your own money, which requires you to have cold storage, and there's been lots of solutions that make that really easy, but now's the time to do it. If you hold it in exchange, you're giving your money ownership to somebody else. And therefore, it just needs, if you're doing that, it needs good regulations where there's a custody service. So you have 3 services. You have self-custody where you own the key. You have custody where they own it for you, but title is held in your name, and they legally, by regulations, can't invest it and can't touch it. And then you have the services where you put it on an exchange, and effectively they become the legal owner, and they can do with it as they choose. And then that creates a bank run because they're investing it, and then if they can't meet their short-term obligations,
yeah. So just quickly, guys, I'm trying to get the gentleman that tweeted this got some of the biggest names. That tweeted the FTX thing. So he's like, yes, I resigned. Someone asked him, like, are you X, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I resigned, but I can't just abandon my clients. I owe it to them to try to help as much as I can during these times. So I'm going to do everything I can to help. And once the dust settles, figure out my next move. All right, I'm trying to bring him into the space. Romy, if you can DM him, that would be great.
Mario, just before you move on, can I just put a ribbon on that last point about Sailor? Because I think it's important to make a clarifying point there.
Please do.
That guy that posted that and it went viral, I think it's just this guy. Like, I just spent 10 minutes going through his previous tweets, and he's clearly like a tethered truther, anti-Bitcoin guy. Like, he's calling us all cult members, and he's saying that Tether's a Ponzi scheme. And then I found a good thread where Fubar, that was in here earlier speaking, had kind of like spelled out how this isn't just like degen trading that Michael Saylor's doing. He's like got very favorable conditions. He can survive for like 5 years on the low interest payments because he took like very favorable loans that were basically like sweetheart deals. It's nothing like what 3AC and FTX and all these folks are doing with this like high leverage using a liquid collateral. He has tons of Bitcoin that he can sell little bits of it to make the bond payments. So, in that thread I pinned to the top, Fubar was just basically saying he can go to like 2027 making the interest payments by just selling small bits of Bitcoin. It's not like if Bitcoin goes to 13,000, Saylor gets liquidated. It's like fear porn.
Yeah,
okay.
Leverage is okay as long as you can 90% of your wealth can meet the margin call.
Let me see if I can get Zane onto this space. So I've just sent him through an invite, and see if he can come in and give us some more clarity. It would be sick to get an ex FTX head of institutional sales to come in. Cool, guys. I think it would be good to get Zane. Any other thoughts on? Nothing. I think that's pretty much it. Anything else anyone would like to add? Any last words for the audience?
I would like to comment on Binance if you don't mind.
I was gonna, so I was gonna ask it, but I'm like, seeing net inflows in the last 24 hours kind of removes any concerns. Simon probably doesn't like me saying that, but
here's the general frame of thinking that 99% of people listening to this should have. You should not be keeping your coins on exchanges, and if you're choosing to take that risk, you got to understand, like, okay, there's a couple books you should read. You should read What I Learned Losing $1 Million. Like, at least get the audiobook and listen to the first half of it. People need to learn about risk management and what this game actually is when they're pulling the slot machine on these crypto casino exchanges. A lot of people like think that they're sophisticated traders and they got they got some smart knowledge or whatever. And yeah, like, there is people that are very smart traders and they can execute their trades emotionlessly and they have real math like equations behind themselves that give themselves an edge if they can execute their trades. But even the smartest traders, we've seen, like, with FTX going down, even those 1% got caught in FTX. So you can be the smartest trader. You can be Gigantic Rebirth, like the guy that shorted Luna and made like $30 million shorting Luna. You can be him and get caught on FTX because you were longing FTT or doing whatever. Like, you can be that 1% person that's going to make the successful trade, but then still get caught with counterparty risk. But that guy's smart enough. Like, he didn't have all of his wealth on FTT. He was like using us. He was practicing proper risk management, I got to imagine, and he had like maybe 5% of his net worth or something exposed to counterparty risk. This is lessons that Bitcoiners learned long ago. Like, with Mt. Gox, like, don't trust, verify. It's not just a meme Bitcoiners say. You can't trust anything, not even me when I'm talking about Tether. Like, don't trust me. Like, like, don't trust, verify is kind of a double entendre. It means you should hold your own keys. Like, you should have your own Bitcoin wallet where you hold your own keys, and you don't trust anything insiders say, especially influencers. And a lot of people that are in here I see with like all these like hashtags with different coin handles and different NFTs in their profile pictures. That stuff is a lot of like, you're the exit liquidity. And maybe you think that you got here late and Bitcoin's too expensive, so you don't want to be buying Bitcoin at high prices. But
thank you for bringing up Bitcoiners like Simon and myself, because I think it's important for most people to realize that
I do that every time, man, every show, and I think
I
anyone
know,
that
and
doesn't,
I
anyone
appreciate
that
that.
doesn't is missing out on a very important perspective in the space,
Yeah,
and a lot of
and
these NFT people don't know that.
thanks for bringing Dr. Nasty on stage too. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, the last thing I'll say there is just there's nothing wrong with buying and holding long-term Bitcoin. And just like if you want to use Cash App, you won't get distracted by all these other slot machines to pull. Cash App, Swan Bitcoin, like make a Bitcoin DCA a part of your wealth accumulation strategy on a Bitcoin only app or a Bitcoin only exchange. Because, like Fubar was saying earlier too, that there is a lot of interesting things that are getting built in DeFi, like decentralized market making, AMMs. There's some interesting stuff for sure. And, he was talking about how Solana is not dead and there's some interesting stuff happening there. There's another thing that if you're really into that stuff, you can pay attention to that on Bitcoin too, because like Cash App, Block, Square, formerly known as Square, they're building out a whole decentralized peer-to-peer web of trust, decentralized identity exchange system. Tether's actually working on a peer-to-peer technology, open source peer-to-peer technology called Hole Punch, which they've built Keat on top of, which is like peer-to-peer video chats, and they've integrated Lightning Network payments. They've just announced Pair Credit, which is actually like a lending protocol, an open source lending protocol built on top of Bitcoin and Hole Punch. So there is tons of really interesting stuff happening. It's just it doesn't get enough noise because there's no token speculation attached to it. So for people who are interested in the technology and decentralized finance, pay a bit more attention to Bitcoin because it is happening on Bitcoin. You just can't speculate on it unless you're just buying Bitcoin, because
We
we all
we
focus on BTC as the thing that we buy and think of as the value.
And I want to do what you just said. We've deployed a fair bit of capital, at least a few months ago, into a few projects being built on top of Bitcoin. Portal being one I remember, but there's a bunch of others. And I wouldn't ignore what's being built on BTC. And I think what happened in the last the last 3 days is going to help the Bitcoin ecosystem more than any. That's my 2 cents. Like seeing Solana collapse when it was the sweetheart of the space. Is a wake up call to many. I brought up Jay and Neski, guys. You had your hands up. I brought you guys up quickly. Jay, I have no idea who you are, but you look very mysterious, being private and saying this is a new account. So I have no clue who you are.
No worries, mate. Listen, I just wanted to ask: does anyone know if KuCoin are still using the Oracle for the pricing for FTX? Because it seems like that's one of the reasons why people are just moving money off of the exchange, despite obviously some people moving to Binance, etc.
Anyone? No one's got an
I
answer
don't
for you,
I
man.
don't know about that, but what I said earlier, I think is the reason why people are moving. It's because there's rumors that KuCoin is insolvent. That's been spreading along the circles, and people use KuCoin as like a KYC free way to exit crypto and go back into whatever coin of choice. And if people are nervous that KuCoin's insolvent, that they don't want to have their funds there, so they're moving to the other exchanges. That's why
If
there's
you're an
rumors about it.
exchange, why would you use another exchange's data as your oracle? Why can't anybody just run a normal business? What is going on right now? I'm losing my mind.
Andrew, is there any exchange, Andrew, that doesn't concern you other than Binance? Or actually, I'll rephrase it. That's a bit too pessimistic. Any other exchange that concerns you, or any exchange that concerns you, because you didn't mention KuCoin. And we're not creating FUD here. We're just saying, I'm not saying any exchange is going to go bust. Any that concern you, just so the audience takes a bit more precaution and they don't put their life savings on there.
Yeah, I guess just considering the inflow-outflow volume, that's pretty big outflows on the day. On a weekly basis for both KuCoin and OKX. But I agree. I do think that there's like every exchange is having a little bit of a bank run right now because this is very much of a not your keys, not your coins wake-up call. So a lot
And
of people
I was
are
surprised seeing
hemorrhaging
outflow
funds.
from Kraken though. Why Kraken as a US-based exchange? I thought Kraken, people talk about Kraken being a safe haven, doing the right thing. They don't have a token. Yeah, there was a net outflow of $250 million.
I guess there
I
were
think that
rumors about them last night. It's like everybody's spooked. It could happen to anyone at this point.
I think that's more likely explained, guys, by the fact that a lot of people that were just attracted by this like fake yield narrative in 2021 and 2022 are finally capitulating on the idea that you can just deposit your money into exchanges and get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100% yield. And they're just actually liquidating out of crypto because they came here with stable coins, not for the mission of decentralization or sound money or anything like that. It was a lot of people that heard Raoul Paul and Mike Novogratz shilling the idea that you could get risk-free yield and Anchor Protocol, and like Silicon Valley VCs telling you could get all this yield in DeFi. So people went to the exchanges, they wired money in, they took their stable coins, and they went and played. And now I just think after this event, there's been enough obvious like capitulation sort of events have happened that it's people are throwing the towel in, they're just withdrawing and cashing and going back to their bank accounts. I know that's what's happening in my circles of people who've been in the space for a decade. They're shocked at FTX going under, and they're like, "I'm done. Like, I can't believe this happened. I'm just going back to my bank account."
This
Like,
is this is
like
what
all
this
these
is what
speculators.
worries me. This is what worries me. When I see people that entered crypto in the last 12, 24, 36 months say, "Look, this is it. I'm done." I'm like, "Great. Bear market is coming near. That's expected." But when I see people that have been in the space since the early days, I think we had a person that was, at Bitcoin since 2010. He was in the show today and 2 days ago, yesterday. And when I see people like that say, "Hey, I'm done. This is too much." After going through Mt. Gox, after going through everything in the last few years, for the first time, I swear, actually, I'm gonna be very honest. For the first time today, I'm like, luckily I have businesses outside of crypto, so I can still be chill. But for the first time, I'm like, fuck, maybe what I thought was the case in 2018 is the case today. Because in 2018, I'm like, it's gonna be a very slow road up, very slow road as the space gets more adoption, as blockchain gets more adoption. We're not gonna see hype. We're not gonna see things blowing up. It's just no point putting too much effort into the space. That was my assumption in 2018, and throughout this entire bear market, that didn't even cross my mind. Now, I'm bullish. We're doing incredibly well. We're still deploying capital. Today, when I saw those people that have been in the space longer than me, I got into the space in 2017. When I saw them concerned, this is the first time I'm like, yay, I'm
Yeah,
worried.
and I'm
Didn't change anything, but I'm not saying worried like I'm going into BTC and that's it. But I'm worried is like maybe we should stop deploying capital for 6 months. Maybe we should ease up on XYZ.
yeah,
I just
probably
want to
stop
clarify
deploying
too.
capital. That's cool, but from there's always an OG that throws a hissy fit and goes down in the history book. So like in 2015, it was Mike Hearn. He went, he capitulated and said at $250, this project's going nowhere. He was one of the core developers in terms of design. And he said it's going nowhere. It's owned by China. It's the block size is an issue. And then obviously you had Roger Ver in 2017. And so there's always an OG
Roger
that
Roger
capitulates.
Roger Roger just left the space in 2017. How did I miss that? Oh, I forgot that.
Well, sorry, didn't leave the whole space, but left Bitcoin.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Well, yeah, that's a
so
bit. Well, yeah, it's a
Mike
bit more
Hearn went
political.
to R3 and did the whole the bankers coin, the bankers chain.
Yeah, but I think there's no one's leaving Bitcoin now. If anything, people are
Yeah.
starting to pay more attention to Bitcoin.
Yeah,
But I see
Mario,
it.
that's I just wanted to say
Yeah,
quickly
well,
just
I
to
mean,
clarify what I meant because
Sorry, go.
specifically
I don't know.
self
Hold on,
custody.
Nesky,
A
one
bunch
sec.
of people.
Nesky, one sec. Just let me.
Sorry, go ahead, Neski. Just Brad was speaking. Sorry, go ahead, Brad.
So just yeah, I'm gonna shut up after this. I
No,
just
all good,
wanted to
bro. Good.
say to clarify the point. Like I roll in two circles, and I kind of like go back and forth because I've got a lot of friends from the early days. And, being in Bitcoin since 2011, I was friends back then with people who went on to like go start crypto projects and stuff. And I just don't want to just be a dick and cut them out of my life and shit like that. So I'm still good friends with a lot of people from the early days in crypto. But then I've also, like I'm a Bitcoin maximalist, so I really believe in the mission of Bitcoin. So I roll in both of these circles. And there is a clear, distinct difference between the mentality of the Bitcoiners right now and the mentality of the crypto circles. It's the crypto folks that are kind of capitulating on the idea, like they did not believe that this was going to happen again, that FTX was going to go down, that there was this much risk in the system. They kind of drank the Kool-Aid, and now they're starting to be like, I'm just going back to my bank account. But the Bitcoiners, for the most part, are just looking at this as an opportunity. We still believe Bitcoin's going to $1 million by 2030 timeframe. It's going to become a global reserve asset. It still serves like an important mission, and they're not like giving up on the idea. It's more like Bitcoiners are kind of sitting on the sidelines. Some Bitcoiners are sitting on the sideline waiting for the best opportunity to stack as much Bitcoin as they can. But a lot of us are just kind of like holding, just holding and buying as it goes lower. So I just wanted to clarify that, like, the mentality of Bitcoiners versus the mentality of the crypto circles they roll in. It seems like this affected the crypto folks a lot more than it did the Bitcoiners.
Yeah, I think a very good point, and I think the people that are leaving the space are people in the or thinking about it are people in the NFT space, in the altcoin space, and yeah, Bitcoiners are like, this is the I told you so moment, and this is where Simon's like, guys, I've been telling you since the first time I was on this show, have a cold storage, don't have your Bitcoin on exchanges, guys. This just dropped as well. Not sure what you can make out of it. FTX's Bankman-Fried quietly invested more than $500 million in Sequoia and other VCs. So let me put that out now. Not sure if this is, someone just sent it to me. It just dropped just now. Not sure if this is serious or not, where that money's coming from. But I just don't see it. If it's his own money, I just don't see it to be a problem.
Hey, Mario, I'm going to drop off now. I've got to get a bunch of work done.
Yeah, bro. I think I'll end it, even though it's like whatever 2,000-3,000 people. Chris, anything else to add for the audience? Simon, I appreciate you coming here, my friend. Yeah, please do, as always. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I do like to end that. There's a lot of people listening here right now where they're hearing us, talk about a lot of things that might just be actually petrifying you. And I just want you to know that I've been through 4 moments like this. This is another version of what we've seen, but each one gets bigger. And what that means is that every time we go through a new moment like this, our market has grown significantly. We've progressed a lot, and it feels like absolute chaos. But what I wanted to say is that if you've got your funds locked up in any of these platforms, one of the things that really helped me understand why we should work a lot harder at supporting people was that we look at these numbers, billions of dollars here, billions of dollars there, but the reality is behind all these $1 billion is a lot of people and humans, and these humans have personal circumstances, and in the Celsius situation, I saw a lot of people who had their whole life savings on this. They didn't know how to tell their partner that their funds are locked up. Some people, were headed towards alcoholism out of just sheer depression around that. And tragically, we actually witnessed some suicides, and I had to stop them. One of them on a Twitter space, because someone was literally willing to blow their brains out. And all I want to say, and that was his words, all I want to say is that if you ever feel like you're in a place like that, get professional help. There's lots of people to speak to, but also just engage yourself in these communities, because there is always a community of people that are in the same position as you. And what I always like to end with is the only reason that I found Bitcoin was because my father lost all of his money in his whole life savings in the 2000 .com boom and bust. And he asked me to help him figure out what happened to his money. And that led me to finding Bitcoin and being involved in this industry. So I just want to say, even though we panic, even though we the only thing that you can get out of being in a situation like this, if your funds are all locked up and you feel like it's all over and you've lost a bunch of things, the only thing you will be a much wiser than the people that haven't lost their money, because we have experiential learning, and when it hurts you this hard, it's there. So if you're in that position, there is always a way of recovering from these things, and the only way to recover is actually to become a smarter investor and not get out of the game. So if you find yourself in a position where you think that that this money is a reason to even end your life or anything like that, just know that there is always a future. We recover from these things, and we happen to be alive at a time when the technology exists that you can just jump on Twitter and be around 3,000 people that can just deconstruct. They're all in the same position. We're all in this together. And so just it's never worth that. And just find a community, find other people in your position, and just recognize that this is all learning. I've been involved in this industry for ages, and look at me, an absolute freaking idiot with money on Celsius. So it can happen to the best.
To summarize, yeah, thanks, dude. To summarize, there is no magic box out there. Many people, shut up for a second. Many people believe that magic box.
Bro, you just interrupted Simon, and he just told me to shut up. Are you crazy? I don't understand. Okay, Simon, I apologize, man. I'll let you finish your piece.
I'm done. Okay.
But no, like you made such an important point. Like
yeah, that was a good point, Nesky. You ruined the final point he was trying to make. He was trying to give people the empathy that even he, who learned all these lessons, still got caught in Celsius. So like he's going through it too, and don't feel bad. You don't. That was the worst time to interrupt. Anyway,
no, but it's no. You've kind of made the point right, and to kind of I wanted to add on to what Simon said. Is you're not alone. I think this is very important to understand. And I'm telling you this because obviously we do this show at least twice a week, and we get a lot of DMs for people that are hurting. A lot. I have a whole team that checks it, and some are heartbreaking to an extent where the team doesn't even show them to me just because they know it kind of impacts me heavily. So knowing you're not alone is important. There is help out there, but the best help you can get is from speaking to others in the community. I should have probably mentioned the Discord group we have. I haven't mentioned it in a while, but where you can just connect with other people. There's multiple other groups. So, you're not the only one going through pain. And I think this is a very important point for us up on stage that most of us are pretty well off, to kind of remind the audience. And I promise you, a lot of us on stage lost significant amounts of money. I've got team members that are just completely shut off right now because they've lost a fair bit of their personal money. So, Simon, I appreciate you making this point.
Okay, love you all. Bye-bye.
Love you, bro. Bye-bye, man. Chris, and then the crypto researcher, I just can't say your name, with the photo of Bill Clinton, Blair, British ex-prime minister, I think, and then Sam. But I'll let Chris go first.
I just think that a lot of times you hear it's time in the market versus timing the market. But I also think that time in the market helps you learn timing the market, if we're just being honest. And every time, this is my third bear market in Bitcoin. The first one wasn't like this. Second one was like this, where altcoins rotate out, liquidity shifts. It's literally called a market rotation, right? And I understand there was a catalyst here, but sometimes luck favors the prepared mind. We talked about this yesterday. And at the end of the day, this is what is supposed to happen. So like it might have happened quickly, Mario, like in 2 days or 3 days, but it is inevitable that Bitcoin will regain dominance in the market and will lead us into whatever the next rally is. And then what happens? Miner blow off top, liquidity rotates back out to alts, they get their rally, and then, market cycle. So for the people who are kind of new here and they're like, I can't believe I bought into the greatest Ponzi scheme of all time. Well, hold on. This is actually pretty normal. I am sorry for those who are financially hurt or emotionally suffering, but just rest assured, it's a market cycle and it's going to get better. And as a matter of fact, Bitcoin's come down from $69,000. The worst it can go from here is another 16K, right? So you're all right. It can't get worse.
You can't listen, bro. I didn't think you said Chris was perfect until you said, Bitcoin can only go down another 16K. You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah,
I think that was
came down $54,000, Mario. So another 16.
Yeah, bro. So the $1 million you had earlier, that's now 400K or no 600K. It could just go down back to another 500K. You could sit on 100K. It's chill, bro. But what's your, Chris? I want to ask you a last question before we go to the new speaker, and then we'll probably end the space. What about other assets, man? What's your take on? You've been on a few shows where we talk about decentralized gaming. Not sure if you've been on any of the NFT shows. What's your take on the rest of the assets, and how will that impact industries like decentralized gaming? For me, I just don't think the impact will be that bad. Decentralized games, the utility they have has nothing to do with whatever's been going on recently, and gamers don't really give a shit either. That's my 2 cents. I'm
I
not sure if you
agree.
agree.
I think it's like cheaper onboarding. I also think that like it's not supposed to be some delusional and grandiose thing where in a bull market you're like turning hand over fist. I think ownership is really the ideal here. That's what NFTs I think teach. And so the onboarding process for an NFT should be smooth and affordable. I think that games and maybe like some small subscription based services for like streaming or music or something could introduce this to like a larger audience. So overall, I'm bullish on technology and like, you know, I'll buy all your Solana at $4. You know, like it literally, because at the end of the day, I'm like, wow, it works. You know, and Raindrop is like really sick, and the like dynamic NFTs, that shit's fun. So like the cheaper it is, the more fun I'm having with less risk. And this is how I value NFTs. And I think that they have the potential to just give people ownership of their time in a way of which they choose. And so I don't know what industry evolves this the greatest, but Mario, I'm going to keep degenning and I'll long when I feel like I need a long, and I'll short when I feel like I need to short. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna stay. I was playing those games before. I'm stabling up now. Before we end the show with one or two more speakers, just want to mention Watcher Guru is in the audience. So it's Watcher.Guru. You guys are fucking killing it. So you're one of the few, Twitter pages that I keep an eye on. You're on point with the news. You do your best to avoid anything that's hasn't been verified. Now, I think you would have loved being on the show earlier. I don't think you were there in the beginning where we had the lady from Huobi, I think it was, talk about the story of CZ and Sam. I did a tweet about it, seen by almost 1 million people. I had to delete it because she copped a lot of slack for sharing that information. But it should be in the recording, man. So I recommend you listen to the recording. Watch a Guru. It's in the first like 15, 20 minutes of the show. But I'll give the mic to our new speaker to kind of end the show. Si semper fiat.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Sic semper fiat, it's Latin, but I guess I'll first start with just the idea that, I don't think that the Bitcoin maximalist argument is like really correct in the sense that it's kind of ignoring a lot of the energy concerns going on across the world. So, I mean, it's true that the people who've been here for 10 years obviously have observed certain trends, but I think it's really minimizing a lot of the stress you're seeing in Europe right now. And that really should not be discounted, which is one of the reasons I'm very pro Ethereum. So that's just the first thing. And as an industry, I don't think we should, during these times, try to, bash on Solana or bash on the different coins that, it just doesn't really make sense that the maximalists are trying to use this as an opportunity to attack other chains, but it seems consistent with their behavior. So
I was waiting for Brad to put his hand up, and he did pretty quickly. Brad, do you want to respond to this point? Because I know what you're gonna say, bro.
Yeah, I just want to like clarify that it's not right to just take that swallow that narrative that Bitcoin's bad for the planet because it uses energy. And actually, I produced this documentary that anybody can watch called This Machine Greens. You can go to thismachinegreens.com, and it's the real conversation around Bitcoin and energy. So we had people like Lynn Alden and Meltem Demirors and Nick Carter and people like that discussing the actual conversation around Bitcoin. And, Bitcoin actually, like a lot of us, I'm an executive producer on a conservation film right now that's kind of probably going to win the 20th award coming up in LA at a festival, at an environmental festival. A lot of us into Bitcoin are into, ending pollution and conservationism. And it's just like a straw man narrative that a lot of crypto people use against Bitcoin that I just find is like incredibly offensive. So trying to claim that we don't care about the environment and that we're trying to kill the planet and that therefore buy my token because my token actually doesn't use energy is the wrong way to think about it. So if you want to watch the documentary, the real conversation is there. And actually, Bitcoin is hope for the environment. Bitcoin is potentially going to bring us to carbon negative and there's a lot of information about that in the documentary if you want to watch it. I don't want to get into it all here.
Yeah, I really appreciate that take. It's just you don't have to convince me. I like both, right? You have to convince the regulators in Europe right now who are dealing with an energy crisis because of a huge world war, like a world war which is about to break out. So my whole point to you is, look, I trust you guys. You've been around for a while. I agree the the environmentalist argument is overstated, but what's about to happen is unique to this situation, and Bitcoin has not been around in an equities bear market. So my entire point is just watch what the regulators are saying, watch what they're doing, because in Europe right now it's a very different situation, and you don't have to convince me, you have to convince them.
Craig, I'll give you the final words. By the way, just audience members, I want to just remind you that on Tuesday, Hunter Biden is coming on the show. Should be an interesting one. So I'm going to tweet in the next 30 seconds the link to the space talking about regulators. Hunter's coming on. I see you're laughing there. Si semper fiat. Yeah, so I'm going to tweet the link now. My team is going to tweet it in the next 30 seconds. Make sure you join. Otherwise, Craig, final words, my friend. Been a while. And I want to give, so after you, Craig, I want to give like final words for Fubar to end the show. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, this has been a really good space, Mario. I love all the speakers that have been up here. You guys have been very insightful. One of the things I like, one of the consensuses I think we're coming to is that it's very short-term bearish. I wonder if there's anything that the speakers up here could say for somebody who's thinking a lot long term, a lot more long term. What is something you experienced in blockchain, crypto, NFTs, whatever it is that you feel like it's still bullish for you long term, and you don't
Fubar, do you
feel like it's
wanna,
going away?
good question. Fubar, do you want to answer that question? I think it's a question that the audience will relate to as well. Why should we still be in the space? Why should we be bullish long term? Me and you both have a CryptoPunk as a PFP, despite what happened in the last 48 hours. So I think it'd be great to take this question.
This question is definitely for the builders, by the way.
Yeah. And first off, not trying to minimize the impact whatsoever. FTX was the first of all, not trying to minimize the impact whatsoever. FTX was the face of crypto in a lot of the US, and especially in the political environment, and even setting aside the liquidations, collateral damage. I think there's significant uphill road to prove the value of crypto to the broader world, that it's more than funny money casino games. That said, the impact of this only, I think, reinforces what true decentralized cryptocurrency actually is, which is bearer assets that you control, run by code without the risks of centralized intermediaries. Ironically, we've seen centralized exchange after centralized exchange fail through combinations of malice and incompetence. Whereas self-custody and open source programmability and whatnot are stronger than ever. So my take on this is it's certainly extremely painful and washes out a ton of people, but that makes the need for people who have the right ethos of building truly decentralized, immutable, unowned code and tokens and programs and protocols even more critical. So I would say that it just redoubles my commitment to building actual things that don't depend on me. My goal is to build things that can live on, even without my active involvement. And I think that just seeing the collapse of these rickety houses of cards everywhere just makes it, people are desperate for places to go that are actually reliable, that are actually trustworthy, not trustworthy in a hero worship sense, but trustworthy in an immutable code sense. And so I think that there's definitely an uphill battle, but people need decentralized money. People need decentralized finance. People need coordination mechanisms, and people need decentralized social that can't be controlled by malicious intermediaries. So that's how I view it.
And shout out to Fubar, is one of the few people I follow in the space, everyone. I don't check Twitter much, so highly recommend you check his account. And you've done a great job at covering the ETH merge as well, so appreciate you back then. Otherwise, for everyone listening, look, I hope this brought you value. We tried our best to start it off with all the drama and the story of Sam and CZ and that going viral while we're running the show, and me having to deal with the drama, the backlash. Then we dug into what impact FTX and Alameda could have, what exposure different players in the space have. Then we started digging into USDT, and then the conversation kind of digressed from there. So I hope you got value. I'll see you again on Tuesday. If there's any big news or anything, I might do another emergency space throughout the next few days. Otherwise, appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Fubar, Brad, you're a beast. David, you're a beast. Thank you so much, guys, and all other panelists. Appreciate you all, and all panelists that were here before. Listen to the recording, everyone, if you want to hear the drama in the beginning. It's fucking weird. Thanks, everyone. Love you all.